today is so what's up, guys?
So nothing much. We were working on our website. Yeah, it's like a work in progress right now.
Good, good. Well, that's what it's supposed to be, right?
Yeah,
Life is like
yeah,
that too. Life is a work in progress.
very true. Yeah, I just can't sign into the Microsoft Authenticator, so yeah,
You
we
cannot.
all
I
go through
spent I
this.
spent hours with. I called the director of security and spent hours with them to do my authenticator. I waited to the last minute because I figured there would be issues. So
Yeah.
I also so what's happening? So it's just not letting you in.
So I signed it on my old phone has Authenticator, and then I don't have access to my old phone, so I'm trying to use my current phone, but there's no way to recover it without calling IT.
So
So I have to
you
call
may you
them. I
may
called
there
them
may
five.
not there may not
Yeah,
be a way in which to do it without them. You know.
yeah, exactly. So I have to call them. I called them 5 minutes ago, and all of the lines were full, so I
Yeah,
couldn't.
yeah, that's the problem too. Everybody's having those issues, and they forced everybody. Well, they threatened anyways. I got an email yesterday saying we will move you today to authenticator.
Oh
So
my
I
god.
figured I would do rather than me moving them. I did it in. I had a token too that they're very strict on, and I my token didn't work. My token even didn't work before. Anyways, always issues, right? So
Yeah, exactly.
So we know that, right? So we know in advance we always do. So I knew that I would have issues, and not even that. It worked yesterday. Finally, after 5, they got it to work, and I said, "Let's do a Zoom today at 2 to make sure that it didn't work." And luckily, they were on there with me. So yeah, I said I have to get on class. On class.
Yeah. Were you at the celebration
No, I missed
yesterday?
it. How, were you at it? It was big, huh?
Yeah. It was. There was people here.
That's what I figured. I figured it would be way too much. Yeah. I was going to go and then I figured way too much. Yeah. It was like the whole world came, you know.
It was, yeah.
So what was
It
the
was
highlight?
well, I mean, since there were so many people, like I couldn't even go on any rides. Like they had like a whole like carnival set up. I had a fried Oreo that I waited an hour-long line for.
For that health food.
I mean, like,
So how much are you going to run after that, right? Eating that. Yeah.
yeah, but like even the crazy thing about it is that like I like cut the line because I saw some of my friends
Yeah.
in there, and like we were like halfway through the line, and it still took an hour for us to
Well,
get that freaking Oreo.
I know. I know.
And
And
I
was
was
it
like, oh
worth it?
my head, like no, it was not worth it. They were out of chocolate syrup by the time that I got there.
Well, if
It
you're
was
gonna
not
if
worth
you're
it.
gonna eat junk food, if it isn't the most junky, then don't bother.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So I don't know.
And then they
I
supposedly had music. Did you get to that?
yes, they had like a concert. They had like a lot of food trucks. Like all the food was free. But like half of them were closed by the time I got there because there were so many people waiting in line to get
Yeah.
food that they didn't
Yeah.
have any more food.
Yeah.
But
They invited and they made it to the public free too. It wasn't like just affiliates. It was like everyone in the world can. Yeah. Well, anyways, they tried, you know, to celebrate.
and they had fireworks like and for the celebration.
Yeah.
And my friend was like signed up like really late. So I did like a couple of the fireworks like malfunctioned and saw it for groups.
Did
Like
anybody? But no one got hurt, did they?
I didn't think someone got hurt. Should have saw an EMT come out.
That was the hit. EMT coming out. You could have
Yeah,
posted
but
it somewhere.
and like all the fireworks started like catching on fire, like the little stations on where they had them, and
Oh
so
wow! So that was the biggest thing. That was the most exciting. Well, they probably had fire. They probably had the fire department nearby, right?
yeah. Well, she said that there was probably an intern somewhere wrapping in their pants like about fireworks. So it totally like malfunctioned.
I think that's funny. Well, hopefully
But
nobody.
yeah, I wasn't there for that. I went home.
Okay, you went home at
I
that
was
time.
done.
Yeah. Well,
Yeah.
anyways, yeah. A friend of mine, he said, "Oh, come with us." I said it's going to be just way too crowded. So I
Yeah,
don't know.
I went for 1 hour. I only got on one ride. Things were that worth it.
Yeah.
And then it was too loud, and I had work to do. So did I stay on campus?
Yeah.
So I just walked to like a Starbucks, and I did my work there.
Yeah.
It was so loud
Yeah,
here.
yeah, no, it was when I saw it, it was even on the local news, everyone's invited, it's too much when they're inviting the whole local news. That
Yeah,
so but anyways, they tried. I give
they
them
did.
they tried.
They tried.
They tried
They
and
tried
yeah,
their best.
and they tried their best and I'm sure it was a pretty penny too that they spent on all that. So
Yeah,
so
they had a lot more rides than they had during the homecoming.
mhm.
But so it was basically just like an exorbitant like homecoming,
Yeah, that's what
except
I
the
would think. It was homecoming on steroids, kind of. That was kind of like how
yeah,
you could go.
but the fireworks were really bad.
Oh, that's amazing because they've done it before and they've had some nice fireworks, right there on the lake, many years.
Yeah,
So
I
I don't
don't
know.
know.
Yeah, but
Maybe
it
I just
really
got
is.
it
Thank goodness you were away from all the fire. Okay, now you have it. Okay, so great. So I'm glad that we can do it. Maybe we'll just have the class between the three of us.
Yeah,
That's
yeah,
good
I
for me.
know.
That's good for me too. I go with the punches. This is for you guys.
Yeah, well, you could help us with our
Yeah,
website
I
because
will,
we're
and
having
then
some.
we'll do it. We'll work. That's what I think. I was going to do, and this is great that you guys are with me. I was going to do breakup in breakout rooms, but my fear with breakout rooms is that everybody just sits around and does nothing, but rather maybe take somebody's. You're getting frozen out there? Yeah. Maybe take
Yeah,
people that they want me to view and then use that as an example. I'm wondering how to use the time efficiently. Also, I want to go over a review for I gave out the study guide for the exam. That should be available. I want to go over that. And then I also, so what are your thoughts? And also, by the time everybody gets online, it's going to be another 10 minutes. Yeah. So what do you think?
I think breakdown rooms are good for like talking about the website. Yeah.
So do you want me to do breakout rooms, or you just want me to take some volunteers that they want me to review their part, and whatever I said in one group, it works for all the others. I don't care, but I want it to be useful for you folks. You know what I mean?
I think it'd be better if it was like a breakout rooms. Then people would be like as embarrassed if their website isn't as pristine as like mine.
Okay. All right. So what do you think, Alan? The idea is the beginning of the class. What I want to do is go over. I gave a study guide to go over the study guide, and then the other part should I do breakout rooms for everybody, and then I and Sebastian go to each of your breakout rooms and give you feedback, or volunteer those go by those groups that want to volunteer. I'll go through a project and everybody watch how I'm giving feedback to one group, then I can go to the second group or the third group. What do you think, Ellen?
I think honestly breakout groups would probably be better just so everybody can get feedback.
Okay, all right, that's what somebody told me too. I think Daniel told me that. And we're getting Sebastian online, so Sebastian can also help me with that as well. So Sebastian can help me with that. And then also, those groups make sure that everybody has assignments done, because this is basically a big part of this. The big part of the project is due for Monday, and then it is fine tuning. Because the following week we have an exam, and then we have our presentation. We'll use the 23rd to give talk about what your presentation is supposed to be like, what's supposed to be on the way. We can do that.
The exam's on the 21st, right? Okay.
And I want to go over the study guide with you too. The study guide is there just to see the exam. It's the same format. Bring your laptops. Everything the same. So one thing's nice, Allie, is it's not anxiety of what's the format going to be like. Exactly what it's like. And 2 of the chapters, Allie, are going to be the same. 4 and 5. So the database, which I think is important, and security, which is very important. So that's going to be reviewed, and then just the new chapters. So instead of having a cumulative exam, final exam, I'm using the cumulative final. I'm going to use a project instead. Makes sense, Alan? So that way you can get the project done and have more time on that. And then also have your project, once you present it to me on the 28th, you'll present it to me. Hopefully it'll be completely A+ work, Allie, and then you'll take your group and do a formal recording and record it as if no one knows about your project, and you're basically like talking to investors, saying, hey, this is what we're doing, this is who it's for. Go through have everyone in your group present, so that's the key. And then you're not rushed with me, because on the 28th I'm going through everybody's project, and on your own you'll be able to go through it slowly. And then of course you'll be doing it in Zoom, and of course you'll have it. You can even do a summary, right? You can add your summary to it. Look at everything we're doing. Nope, and you can use, your video. Another thing I want to emphasize to everybody is, we have social media to do. You know that, Andrea? We have social media. So I want the folks that are in charge of the social media to use AI software to help with the social media, for posting, for images, for descriptions, and then state what they used for what software they use for the social media. So give credit to the social media. Usually what folks do is, agencies and content publishers, they use AI, but they don't tell the public they're using it. In our aspect, we want to be transparent to say we are using AI, and also that not only are we using it, but we'll share with others to how to use it. It's almost like our services that we're providing. You got it, Andrea? So that's the great part. Rather than just doing it ourselves, this is a whole AI project. So it would be silly to do social media without AI. And that's one of the first content that should be AI is social media, right? Is all the time we have to publish all the time. We can even we want to be creative. We want to do images that are creative. We can do that. Okay, so what else do I need to go over? Sebastian, what's up? Anything that you want me to suggest to emphasize to the students, Sebastian?
No, I mean, I'm trying to find some I'm trying to find some website to do the AI post for them, and then I'm probably going to make an announcement or send out an email saying that these are some of the websites they can use.
Yeah, and you can even ask Gemini, you can ask Notebook LM, you can ask ChatGPT. Give me examples of how I need to post in social media. What software should I use? Should I use Canva? There's so many others. You can give them ideas, but that's the beauty of doing research too, and asking all the AI chatbots to help us on that road. And also, of course, we're going to look for at least free versions. And those free versions, for right now, we can have a 30-day is good enough for us. And even if it has ads or it's limited, we don't care. But it's that idea. And also be good, Sebastian, is maybe you can work with Daniel on his website, that he maybe can make you a member, that you can even add that to add to his social media or to your site, Sebastian, an example. That would be, so make a note to, if you can be so kind, make a note to Daniel that both of you should work on that. That's something new that we added this semester, right? That should have been done really way before. It's almost like it's hidden in plain sight, right? We're talking about doing everything else in AI. Why wouldn't we do social media? All those content providers for social media, a lot of them think maybe I'm going to be out of a job, as we go through this. Okay. We may even have an easier time in this case, Allie, since we don't have that many students come in, so that we can get even more personalized help in here. Okay, anything else I need to do? Okay, Thomas, anything that I need to cover? Thomas, on yours, you have not put in your group your URL. Have you gotten a domain name?
Ours, but we haven't put it in yet. We're still finalizing some of our items that we have.
Okay, fine. But I just wanted to give you feedback. I didn't know.
Right, I know for project 2, we'll have that in by the end of class.
Yeah, or even for definitely, Monday is when that third part or whatever part that part is due.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, great.
Okay, perfect.
We're good. We're wrapping up our
okay, takes it. All right, we'll go over it today. Okay, so I think what I'll do is, first of all, do I have any volunteers to moderate the chat? there aren't as many people to moderate, so I don't know why everybody's not clamoring for that position. Okay, so Allie and who else? And Lily. Okay. All right. So let's go through this. Also, stay with me after class for any issues, problems, groups. You want me to check anything out? I am here for you. Everybody hear that? I am part of everyone's group, and I want to make sure that you know that I want everyone to succeed. Okay, so let's go through this. Let me share. Well, first of all, let me record, right? That's the first thing I want to do. I want to record to the cloud. So this way, those that are not with us, unfortunately, they maybe got too much on the yesterday's celebration. Is that the idea, Lily? Too much celebration, and hopefully they're safe and sound. That's the main thing. Okay. It is, I want to make sure I go broadcast to YouTube from Zoom. API, we know, application program interface. I can't tell you enough that Zoom opens up their API to YouTube so we can remain in Zoom but stream live to YouTube, which we are doing. Perfect, perfect, perfect. Okay, getting back to it. So what I'd like to do today is I'm going to give you a study guide. I usually do it a week in advance since we're doing kind of project and studying together side by side. I want to give you as much time as possible so each of you can go by your schedule almost like on demand. So I'll go over the study guide. We'll talk about the exam, and I hopefully will break out in breakout rooms. I'll give you feedback on your projects, and that's Wednesday, and then we have another week that next week we'll spend on projects and also a review for the exam. I'll answer any questions you have about the exam, and then we'll proceed. So let me do this, share my screen. We'll go through, everybody hopefully sees my screen. We see we have the illustrious folks here on the screen on YouTube. And Jasper, drive safe, okay? I don't want you to say anything to me. I want you to get in a position, okay? This is not, I don't want to be responsible for any accidents. Okay, I'm here. So let's go to my section. I go to always what's due, start off there, and what's due is, let me just take my edit off so I see exactly what you can do. So let's start with, so you know, Monday, April 14th, you have an audit assignment that is final project 3. I'll go over it. You also have the readings for business analytics. On Monday, I will go over with you on business analytics. A lot has to do with descriptive statistics and predictive statistics, being able to forecast, and of course, using AI with that. And then you have your chapters, and you have additional readings here from what is ERP, Enterprise Resource Planning. And here there's on a little bit of looking above on tracing the thoughts of a language model, what makes up artificial intelligence and generative AI, and what about the thoughts, how do they make up a language model? Because we hear that a lot of LLMs, large language models, and what is behind that. Okay? The other part is the review in person, the SB for the exam, which will be April 21st, but I suggest you review early. And Sebastian, can you be so kind? I think also even on what's due, maybe put it also under the what's due on the PowerPoints and documents. Maybe we can put it in the what's due to this exam 2 review guide. But the exam, of course, is in the School of Business, right, Allie? It's going to be on maybe what you can do too, Sebastian, is bold this Monday, April 21st. The exam will be in person, exact same thing as we did before. It's going to be proctored by me and others. Arrive at least 10 minutes early. The exam, of course, is going to be closed notes, just like we did before. It's you and respondus. The exam will take the entire class period, but of course, if you finish early, you can log out, bring your pictured ID, and make sure you bring your laptop. Everybody needs to bring their laptop for the idea for something not working. Okay? And here's a little note that you can study along with this exam review guide other ways to do it. So I'm just going to open up this review guide, and it's very much in the same format as the first test. Notice I'm going to cover chapter 5 and 4, which is database and security. Tech Guide 3, which is the cloud. Chapter 14, where we're talking about artificial intelligence. Chapter 10 and chapter 12. You know what is missing here, Sebastian? And you can put a note to Daniel, is all the additional readings. So this should say audit assignments and additional readings and lectures. So what I would do maybe at the bottom here, I think we did it before, is put links to all our readings. Do you hear that, Sebastian? I think we just, that's an oversight on our part. Sometimes when I see it, then we believe it. You agree with me, Sebastian?
Yeah, I'm texting Daniel right now.
Yeah, just text Daniel that needs to be done, of putting on the top here, audit assignments, readings, and lectures. So there'll probably be a modified version of this, but all our, in the what's due, all our readings are there as well. So you can see it's the same format, 2 parts. We have the multiple choice, true, false, 60 questions, open-ended questions. We'll have up to 3 questions. You can do the exact same thing. You can take the first part versus the second. These are all the ones that you want to do of the terms, just like we did before. So a lot of the terms are the same as chapters 4 and 5 are the same. Basically, you can review those. You can see. Then you have, I think this is cloud computing, the vendors, the infrastructure as a service, platform as a service, software as a service, public cloud, private cloud, hybrid cloud. This is about database, the idea of what is maximized, what is minimized on that. You want to minimize redundancy. You want to maximize in other ways of being able not to be siloed. Artificial intelligence, machine learning, deep learning, Turing test, being able to tell whether it's an AI or a human being, natural language processing. We talked about last time ERP, enterprise resource, transactions, exception recording. This was in our last time of data warehouse. Business analytics, we'll discuss this next week, but this is the idea of descriptive, predictive, and prescriptive. Descriptive in the past, predictive is what what's going to be in what I forecast, and prescriptive is what should I do based on my data. Neural nets, supervised versus unsupervised training, what's the difference, generative AI and AI subfields. And here are examples of questions. There can be, let me note here, Thomas, I want to emphasize here, it could be in some of the questions I may combine it. Do you understand, on these open-ended? So don't hold me to it that, hey, you took, let's say, this question of generative AI, and then what are the limitations and concerns of generative AI? And here you're asking what is generative AI, and maybe 6 and 7 might be, 6 and 8 may be combined. But these are questions. You can go over this, of course, different ways you can go over it from our readings. This should be coming from the readings and from the chapters and from the lectures that we did. Okay? I'll go over this and do a review next week with you. All right? So I'll do a review. So the advantage for you is on the weekend, you can also on your own, or you can decide to study in groups. You decide how it's best to do it. You go over it, and if you have any questions, I'll be happy to emphasize it in my lecture. If not, I'll go over things that I think are important for you to know. Okay? Any questions, Allie, that I need to, is that pretty straightforward? The only thing that I think is missing, and I asked Sebastian to do it, is maybe put in the links of all of our additional readings. And also on the top there, it's not only our audit assignments, but also our readings and lectures. So if you haven't done the audit assignments, you'll be at a disadvantage for writing that up. Okay? All right. Any questions? I think we're set on that. Okay? So what's due, if I look at what's due for this assignment, right, is right here. Basically, for Monday, making sure that everybody understands there, besides having that general website, you should have created service offerings, what you offer, the upgrade of your domain name. We have FastSpots. Remember, the person from FastSpots came in to integrate the AI chatbot on your website. We want each group to record a podcast based on your URL, based on your sources, and have that podcast be part of your website. One person from your group add a BAPI phone number on the top of your website, and also where your phone number is. And there should be, anytime that you cite with a small disclaimer with the AI of any images you use, what images you use. You should do it also on social media. You know, this should be also added, Sebastian, on the final project, part 3 progress site, it should be social media here for the goals as well. Shouldn't there be? Sebastian.
Put social media on the goals?
Yeah. And that way they are supposed to do social media, right? Right.
Yeah.
So I would put that on the goals. You could, of adding that to the financial project. Even though it's stated here, I think it looks better with those goals should be there too, right? So here, each member of your group needs to do a video of one application that you will use in your services. You can record it however you want and be able to put it onto the website. Upgrade the domain name, the social media accounts, and make sure you use the social media accounts. You use AI software with social media accounts. And then in SEO, the steps of SEO. If you go to the back end of Wix, you'll see then under site and mobile app, website and SEO, what you need to do is you need to fill out the wizard to do SEO. You need to do this during this time because for your final presentation, you'll see how well Google has discovered you. So this is important. You need to wait 24 hours, so you can't do this on Monday. You have to do it this week. Create service offering pages. Integrate FastSpots. So here is basically step-by-step instructions on how to integrate FastSpots. Also FastSpots itself. What I do is I'd sign up for a free version of FastSpots. FastSpot itself, so if you ask for Wix support, how to put in FastSpot on a Wix site, they also have it there. But here it gives you instructions on how to do FastSpot. Also, I encourage you look under FastSpot itself for Wix integration under their support. They have instructions on how to do it as well. Notebook LM, we've gone over that. VAPI, AI, we've gone over that. So what I suggest for each group is this is a lot for one person, but it is not a lot when we divide up the group. So you should be able to document who does what in your group. And then you may even have like a team. You decide. I'm not going to micromanage. You may have to say, hey, 2 people will do social media and the SEO. Everybody has to do their own videos. Questions on that? So Ali, questions from the chat or questions that you have?
No questions neither.
Okay. And Lily, anything that you want to share, want to do?
No, I don't have any questions.
Okay. All right. So we're okay? So what I suggest to do, I'm going to do breakout rooms unless you guys want to do something else. I can do 2 ways. I can do breakout rooms, or I can take a couple of yours and give you feedback. What do you want? Allie?
I think breakout rooms.
Okay, we'll do breakout rooms. And how many do we have? Do we have 10 breakout rooms? I think we almost have 10 people.
Yeah.
Right. Okay. So that, right? Is that correct? Sebastian, do I have 10?
10 groups, I'm pretty sure. Oh,
10.
no, I think we have more now.
I don't know. I see in my sense 10. Do we have more? Look at my audit area. What?
Pretty sure we have 11.
Okay, but I don't see it in my group. I don't see it in my audit area. I only see 10. Am I missing something?
Remember how we split?
Yeah, but those groups, but I don't see anything in the audit area. So I'm going to make 11.
Yeah, that group still hasn't split up into making group 11.
Okay, so we need to talk to them in order to, if you can reach out in a text, see who's here in the class, and let's do it. I'm going to let the participants choose. I'm going to create. I'm going to open up all the rooms, and you go to the room. And if you need me to do it, go to your group based on your group number, and I'll meet you there. And Sebastian, stay with me, and then we'll go from top to bottom, and we'll make sure that everything is working fine.
So what group do I go first?
First of all, what?
What room do you want me to go into first?
I'll start from the top, and you start from the bottom. And then you go find your way up. And I'll stay in this right here in case somebody doesn't have a room. I'll wait till everybody's in a room, okay? And Brandon, are you here?
Yeah.
Okay, so stay with me in this room for a second. And Ariana, stay with me too, okay? In this room right now. Who else? Where are you going now? In terms, let me promote you too here. I'm making you co-host, Sebastian. Okay, you got that, Sebastian?
Yeah.
So, Ali, are you in a group? What group are you?
Yeah, I'm joining group 9, but Isabel isn't here, so it's just gonna be me today.
Okay, all right. So I'll talk to you. What can I do? Okay, and Asher, are you joining a group? And Brandon, you stay with me. Briggs, are you in a group? And
Yeah, I'm
Joe?
in group 2.
Okay, so did you go? Or you can't get there?
I can't get there.
Okay, I made you group 2. Okay, and Jasper, what's going on? Oh no. And Valentina, what group are you in?
I'm in group 1, or I'm in group 2.
Okay, I'm putting you in group 2. Okay? And then Asher, what group are you in?
I'm trying to. I forget if it's 4 or 5. I'm just trying to find.
Well, let's go 4 or 5. And Thomas, what's the issue?
No, I'm in group number 1. I don't know what happened there.
I don't know either. I don't see you listed. Thomas, I see not joined. Okay, what happened? Thomas not joined, moved. It just says, okay, you there? Okay. Okay. Valentina, what's up?
Sorry, I'm in group 1, and that was the wrong group.
You're in what group, Valentina?
In group 1.
In group 1, okay. And Thomas, where are you? Is he group 1 too? Okay, he doesn't have to be moved. Okay, yeah.
Do you want me to stay here with you, or do you want to
Yeah, I'll go. Why don't you start with the last group, and I'll see with Brandon and Ariana what's their issues.
To double check, you just want me to ask them?
No, I want them to show you what they've done, and you help them.
Okay.
You see what they've done, and then help them, and then move on to the next group.
All right.
That's what you know what I mean.
I'll be group 11 for now.
Okay, is there anybody in group 11?
Luca Fox is in group 11 right now, and he's a part of this group with Brandon.
And he's there. They're okay. So Brandon, you're in group 11. Is Luca there?
Yes, and Ariana's also in group 11.
Okay, so Brandon, I'm moving you to group 11. You understand? You need to get it. And Ariana, meet Brandon. Okay, and I'm moving you guys, and then we'll help you get on the road here and get your site going. Okay? So let's do that. So I'm moving you to
Okay, I'll go to group 10.
well, why don't you do this? Brandon, I'm moving him to group 11. And Ariana, I'm moving to group 11. And start with them, Sebastian, and get them going, because they're really like the very beginning. So maybe get them going, and they can even do the same thing that they had before. They can choose the same topic and let them, and help them as much as you can now. Help them work it through. And make sure that they can go. Okay, Sebastian?
Yes.
So, Sebastian, you really work with group 11 and getting them started. And maybe, Sebastian, what you can do is maybe set up a time with them if they need, that you can give like a little office hour or something with them. Group 11, since they're, and make sure that they have that group 11 in the audit area, first of all, that they have all their names and phone numbers.
Okay.
You know what I mean? And that they got to get onto the message and, get this done. Okay? All right, so you'll get on 11, and then I'll see what's Yes.
hi. My group isn't here, but we did the part two. So should I work on part three with them individually?
Well, just stay in the
And
group and
also,
I'll come see you. Okay? Jael, what
Just
group are you? Physically, what group are you?
six and Blackboard.
Six in Blackboard? Okay. So why?
Yeah, it's me, Kev, and Mark, but they're not here right
I know
now.
nobody's here. I don't know what's going on here, huh? So, anyways, we got here.
One of them is coming like towards the end. I think he had a meeting.
Okay, well, it's not right. You know what I mean? It's not a okay. But anyways, your group what, Jael? And I'll put you in the group, and then you show me what you've done.
Sweet, or are you?
What group? And I'll
I'm in
move
group
you.
six, so I'll just go into the breakout room for group six.
Yeah, go in the breakout room for group 6. Okay.
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 Right, thank you.
You're welcome. And then I'll join. I'll see you soon. Okay.
Yeah. I'm fine taking care of setting up the website and the layout of everything. But can we start making those videos? Like I don't know if you guys recall, like Michael did the ChatGPT video explanation, how it can be used and everything. Just all of you.
Okay, Briggs. So what's happening with your group? What have you got? Can I help you? What's going on?
So I'm working on their website right now. I'm not sure my group is though.
Not a good sign, is it?
Uh, Probably not great.
Yeah. So how can I help you, or can I help you, or you just want to work on it now?
Well, I'm just working on it right now. I don't really know if I need any help. But,
Okay. So I'm gonna move to the next group. I'll call you back, and then we gotta get. You gotta text them, and you gotta let them know that Dr. Rush saw that nobody was here. It's not a good impression, is it? You know what I mean? But you know what needs to be done, right?
yeah, I'm looking at it right now.
Yeah, look at it right now, and at least start. All of this needs to be done by Monday.
Yeah.
It's not a lot, but you gotta get the. How many people you have in your group?
It's two other people.
Yeah, so two other people need to. You don't want to have it all on you.
Yeah.
So but in the sense, if they don't come up to speed, you got to do it, and then you'll do peer review and say, "Hey, I did the whole thing."
Yeah.
You know what I mean? You won't be you won't get a better grade because you say, "Hey, I did a third of the work." It has to be 100%. You get graded for the project, and then you get graded on. You get points off if you didn't contribute.
Yeah. I understand.
So if you can get an A project, and those other guys not doing anything, they'll get for the project they'll get much lower than you are. But so
Yeah.
okay, you got my drift.
I got it.
Okay, I'm gonna leave the room and then I'll call you guys back.
Hey, Dr. Rush, I had a Wi-Fi issue. Can you add me to group 6?
Sure. Perfect.
Thank you.
I know we all have Wi-Fi issues. You're in there?
Zach will do part 7.
Okay. Hey guys, do you need my help? Or you're just assigning right now?
So right now we're just assigning, but for the tutorials, how do you show a tutorial of part 5?
Which is what is part 5?
That's the
uh, like create an offerings page? Like, how do I show it? Am I doing a tutorial of how I created it, or a
No.
tutorial
Well,
of
where does it say you have to create a tutorial of the of app of like what is your topic? What are you doing?
so we're doing the online marketing?
Okay, so
So how?
online marketing. So you're using software to do online marketing, right?
Yeah.
So each of you take an online software marketing something app that either you're going to be using in your company or you want to teach your clients how to do.
Huh? All
So
right.
so
So
for
like teach our clients how to use it.
yeah, yeah, you
Okay.
teach your clients how to use it and you're giving basically it's kind of like you're giving free advice here. You're kind of giving them an idea and if they don't want to do it themselves, you'll do it for them. But they also get the background idea. For instance, you may want to give your clients that each of them can have a podcast for that they should have podcasts done, right, Christian? So you could basically do a pod, show them how to do a podcast. You're basically we'll show you how we did our podcast because you're
Okay.
gonna create a podcast for yourself and put that on your website. You could say, "Hey, we'll teach you how to do a podcast." That's good for marketing, you know.
Mm-hmm.
And then you can take another. There's four of you, so you can take four of those kind of like apps to show how to do it. And
Yeah.
does that make sense? Rather than the services, each one to show basically, it's showcasing your skills, and it's also giving them an opportunity. Oh, I didn't know I could do that. Oh, I didn't know. Or hey, do it for us. Oh, fine, and maybe do a couple of different podcasts for us. You know,
Mm-hmm.
makes sense. Yes.
Yeah.
What else? Questions that you want me to?
I think that was it,
Okay.
right?
The good thing is you're all here. That's
Mm-hmm.
positive already. Some groups, you know, I don't even know if they're lucky if they have one. So this is good. You got guys here ready to do it. So all of you just select Christian, everybody to be able to. Hey, I'll do podcasts. I'll show how to do a VAPI. I'll show how to do whatever
Yeah.
you want to do. I'll show how to
Mm-hmm.
and pick four of them. If you want to do more, you can do more, but at least get that out of the way. And short, you know, but you can show somebody how to do it. And showcase, hey, we're just not bluffing. We know how to do stuff. And we're even sharing it with you. Okay? So I'm going to
All
leave
right.
the breakout. I'll call you back and then you can think about how I can help and then you'll have that done, kind of that first pass of everything for Monday. So then we have some time to make it look good. You know what I mean? And to beef it up. It's almost like the first time. Nothing's ever perfect the first time around, but we got it done. We got stuff already done.
All right. And then if we're like done discussing, do we stay till
Yeah,
like
stay
class
till I
over?
come.
Okay.
Till I come and break out and hear it. So start even working on it. Even besides,
All right.
just start even working. You individual. Why waste the time? You're here. You know, start doing the social media, setting up those accounts. Start doing your videos. Work. You
All right.
know, let's take advantage of it. Okay, I'm leaving the breakout room. Okay, so Henry, how can I help you?
So we're kind of just figuring out. Like we were just talking about how we were gonna break up the workload for part three. In terms of the tutorials, is
is there anything specifically you want to see?
What is your topic?
We're doing marketing, like marketing consulting.
You're marketing something. So I would pick how many people you have in whoever how many people you have in your group is showcase some software that either you'll be giving to your customers or you want the customers they can do on their own. So and you choose. You can even choose something like you'll teach them how to do a podcast for their company, and then you can show we've done a podcast for our company. We'll and this is our podcast. If you'd like a podcast, that'd be great for marketing too. We'll show you how to do it. So you do a short. What?
Sorry. Based on what you're saying, should that kind of be like the last step after we do all the other things because we're doing like a services paragraph and stuff? And then
Yeah, you decide, Andrea. You decide how you want to break this up. Okay. But what I think is a good idea already that you assign that to each of the people now that they know how to, that at the last moment they say, oh, I didn't know I was supposed to do this. You know, a lot of this is coordination among all our classmates that our classmates all are not as geared in as others, right? So it's to put it mildly. So I would be, Andrea, if I were you, I'd be assigning people already. You and Henry take first dibs.
That's what we were doing. Yeah.
You know what I mean? You take the best parts of what you want to do and then hand it over to the others and say, you do these. At least we came to class, right? We should get the credit for that. And then say, hey, this is what we need and we need it by these dates because at that point, you know, we need to, then you also have to divvy up this SEO and the other ones, you know, social media. And you decide, I'm not going to micromanage that. You know, it may say, hey, I'll do Instagram, you do something else. You know, I'll do TikTok or something. Or you may want to do them two together. You understand? But in those, the social media, also find software programs that will do the social media, help you do the social media. So you can showcase that. You want to show off all your skills. That's the idea. And also show off for anyone else, Andrea, that you could give it to. Hey, look, these are just not slouches, did a stupid project for a class. They really know their stuff. And you know your stuff. You know what I mean? And you can even appreciate how much you've learned. You know what I mean? So you show off. You know, now it's almost like second nature. Oh, of course, a notebook LM is no big deal, but that's a big deal. Did you know it before? No. Right? So that's what I want you to do. Okay, I'll call you all back, but that's what's important. So I think it's important just to get in groups because people aren't organized. Yeah. Okay. And start even working on it together. Now that you have the both of you, you can even put the both of you in doing something together. And you can start working on it. But I'm not going to micromanage. Okay.
Offerings page. It just has to be like.
Okay.
And Mark, if you want me to type something up to define the services, we can. But I'm pretty sure we already did that in one of our parts.
Okay, guys, do you need my help?
I just have a quick question.
Yeah.
About the domain.
Yeah.
So we have our domain name right now is resumemaster.online.
Okay.
To, like, upgrade that anymore?
No, you have it. You're finished. Perfect. Now what you're going to do is take that, and when you do the SEO, they're going to ask you what's the domain name, right? When you're going to do the podcast, Notebook Podcast, one of the sources is that domain name. You want to publish it, Mark, for the outside so the podcast can see it. You may want to wait a little bit more on the podcast till you finish with your demonstration, Mark, when you finish with your more closer to the end, so then he can get more material, right? When you do the podcast, I would do that as one of the last things you need to do. So then it has more depth to be able to create a podcast. Okay?
Thank you.
Anything else? Keep it up.
Can you
I don't think there's
And I'll call you back. And then we'll take attendance.
All right, thank you, Dr. Rush.
I can share my screen.
Yeah, share your screen if you can.
Okay, so Sebastian, have you gone to the other groups?
I've gone through the other groups. This is
Okay, so you can go back to the other one. Okay, so I'll continue going down just to see how they are, okay?
okay.
And then I'll call everybody back for wrap up and attendance, okay?
Alright, perfect.
Thank you, Sebastian. Okay, guys, hear me?
Yeah.
Okay, so what if we, so in the audit area, did you make a new group?
We have not yet.
Okay, so that's the first thing you need to do. Is Luca and Ariana, are you here?
Yeah.
Yeah. So the first thing is, Ariana and Luca, you met Brandon. So Brandon is your new group member, and I'm glad that you're taking it on. So one of the things, Ariana, maybe you can, since you've been here before, help make a new group, 11, put all your names, your emails, and your phone numbers. Because we weren't even able to text Brandon. We didn't even know his number. So Ariana, can you be so kind and do that the first thing?
Yes.
Okay, and then what are you going to be doing? You're going to be doing the same topic, Ariana. What are you doing for your project then?
I would like to do the same just
Good.
because we already
Yes,
have,
do
like,
the same. We don't have a lot of time. Let's keep it simple, easy. We can get it done, right? Ariana, what I want is I want you guys to succeed. Okay? So my main thing is you got to succeed. Ariana and Luca, you there? You have your camera?
Yeah.
Luca,
Yeah.
where's your camera?
It's not on this computer.
It's not on this computer. Next time, you always come to my class. You come with the computer that has a camera on it. Okay, makes a big difference when you're communicating. Everybody sees your eyes. There's still something there. Okay, Luca. So Ariana, since Luca doesn't have his camera, I'm making you take the initiative, Ariana. I know that you can really do a good job, you and Luca. So take Brandon under your wing and make sure that I want to see that this is the best group project. Put everybody else to shame. Okay? So that's the idea, Ariane. So take this initiative. Have you already divided up the work, Ariana?
No, we haven't.
Okay, so that's before you leave today. That's the first thing you need to do. And have you scheduled another time that you can meet together? So the two things, jot that down, Ariana. Number one is assign tasks. And number two is make a you're probably going to need to meet 2 more times at least, right? Before it's due on Monday before class. So you got, no matter what, and if you say, oh, we can't find a time, then it's early in the morning, late at night. You know, there's got to be time. We sleep a little bit less in the morning, or you go to bed a little bit later at night. But this got to be done. Okay? Questions? Can I help you in anything else, Ariana?
Not for now, but I guess we'll text Sebastian if we have any questions.
Yeah, so and Sebastian should be able text Sebastian and have even have set up a time to meet with Sebastian before now and then. You know what I mean? Say, Sebastian, can you meet me? Sebastian, when do you have time to meet with me? That's a great idea, Ariana. Because now it's hard to know if you haven't done anything. It's hard to, you don't have any questions until you get it done. Okay, but at least start doing it in terms of your applications. Okay, Ariana?
Yes.
Okay, perfect. Okay, I'm leaving this breakout room, and then I'm gonna, I'll in about another 5 minutes, I'll call everybody back, okay? And we'll take attendance and everything else, and then I'll stay and answer any other questions. I'm glad that we got this time. We really needed the breakout room. It was essential for us. Okay. And Ariana, did you make it already, the group 11 with everybody's name and phone number?
Yeah, I just need Luca's email and phone number.
Okay, and then do you have Brandon's? And let him put it in
Yeah.
the chat, and let's do that first. Okay?
Thank you.
My pleasure. Are you there, Thomas? Are you there, Samuel? So, Samuel, how can I help? And Thomas, what have you guys done, and what how many other people are in your group? You're 2, right?
Yeah, it's
Yeah,
just
we're
us.
the only two.
Okay, I think you have the least problems because it's only one. It's almost like, a partner, right?
Yeah, it's easier to set up a meeting.
It's easier to set up a meeting either, and you don't have the drama. You don't have any drama
Exactly.
queens, drama kings. Listen to everybody's stories.
Exactly.
Get it done, and that's it. So, how can I help you? Anything?
I don't think so. Sebastian just the only thing we were having trouble with was setting up our blogs part, but Sebastian just helped us set that up. So our website's pretty set. We have our social media done. So we're
Okay,
close.
and did you use any software for the social media?
No, I've only created the account so far.
Okay, so look at so even do some research to find out what software helps people post with social media that's free, or that has a 30-day demo or something like that, and then use that, and then quote it as this was done with Canva, or this was done whatever. So already you're showcasing, hey, we're using AI to do our work. We're even eating, as we say, we're eating our own dog food. Meaning on our own website we're doing it, because a lot of times you'll see people, for instance, like VAPI doesn't have a VAPI number to call them in. You know what I mean? It's like people aren't even using their own software. So you're showcasing it. So that's what you want to do, Samuel, when you do the social media, is find other software that helps you do the social media and give credit to that.
Okay. Sounds good.
Okay, and I'll call you back in a minute. Let me just check on another couple of groups, okay?
Okay.
So how can I? So how can I help you? So how can I help you? Did
Honestly, I'm all good.
okay? And how are you,
I met with
Lucas?
Sebastian. We just like the only thing I have to figure out is
Yeah.
the domain name because I was only able to change half of it.
What do
Like
you mean
half
change
the.
half of it?
It says like because Isabel
Uh,
made the site, so it says like IXR, and then like I could change the end of it, but I think he said Isabel might have to try and change the beginning of it. So
well, you have to.
that's
Are you with the Wix? Have you
yeah,
upgraded?
yeah.
You upgraded. And did you get a domain name already?
It only let me do like the other half of it.
Okay. So yeah,
So
the
I think he
person that
said that
put the
it's something
credit.
that I don't
Okay,
own the
the
website.
person that owned it, the person that put in their credit card information is the one that has to get the domain name. So decide among yourselves what domain name, and you can check if you want a domain name in Wix. You can check to see if that's available. Not every
Okay.
not everything is available. So you as a group decide today even what is what is a good name, what is if it's available, then have her go ahead and try to get that name.
Right.
You get it free. And then why do you need the domain name as well as when you're doing the SEO? Google requires you to have that full domain name so it can put you higher up into the search engines.
Right.
So you need that full domain name. And also when you're going to do Notebook LM, when you're going to be doing the podcast, for your sources, you want your URL, your domain name to be one of your sources, and then you want then Notebook LM to go to your website. And when it's completely finished, your website, or mostly finished, then it will be able to make a podcast.
Yeah.
You know what I
We
mean?
have the podcast already done.
How do you have the podcast done if you don't if you haven't finished the website?
Isabel did it, and like I listened to it, and it like works.
Okay, but you know what? The beauty is, how much does Notebook cost? Nothing. We get it free. So you can even do
Right.
you can do, once it's completely done, do additional podcasts,
Right. Do
and
it again.
then you could even put two podcasts up there.
Okay.
And then you could
Yeah.
even have one is 20 minutes, and then when you join, you can say, oh, shorten it to 5 minutes or whatever.
Right. Okay.
Okay, perfect. I'm gonna call you guys back, but I'm glad that you were right. We needed to have a breakout because some groups weren't even they needed to meet each other for the first time.
Yeah, and Isabel isn't here, and it's just.
Okay, but at least we got everybody that's here. We got them running, and I think it's working out the way we wanted, right?
Yeah.
And looking forward to see it. Okay, I'm gonna leave it, close it, and then we'll take roll and everything. Okay. So I think it was useful to do the breakout rooms. And thank you for recommending it. I think it was useful just for everybody to get a handle for it. Everybody knows where they're going. Thank you very much. Anything else I need to keep in mind? So I think we're set. Monday, we'll look at your websites again. Sebastian, thank you so much for banding together and helping these students with the groups. And some of the groups were saying that they'll contact you directly when they get stuck. Is that what you want them to do? Do you want them to text you? How do you want them to contact you?
They can text me if it's a really, really, really big problem, or like they need a lot of intensive help with me. They can text me and then tell me like, hey, is there any time that I can meet up with them?
Okay.
And we'll just do another Zoom meeting, and
Okay. You'd rather meet with individual groups rather than saying, hey, I'll do a.
Yes. If you, I'd rather if you guys text me and then we'll schedule a time.
Yeah, schedule a time. And then you may want to do it, Sebastian, since everybody has it, you may want to schedule a time when if you have 2 or 3 groups, you can put them together.
Yeah, yeah. So,
you know what I mean? That I want your time too to be used efficiently, and if you can find a time, depending on how many are going to contact you. We have the great opportunity that Sebastian's willing to help the students in this class. So we're ready to go with it, okay? So you know that he's a resource, and always, like I say, he's a valuable resource, but he's not going to do your work, right? So don't take advantage of him and say, do my work for me. But it's a great, when you're kind of just stuck a little bit, it's great to have another resource that he's been through it, okay? Anything else you need from me? Putting in the chat, anything? Allie, is there anything else?
No, there's nothing else.
Okay. So, Sebastian, if you can be so kind and get the attendance.
Yeah, I'll do that right now.
For code. It's usually 4-digit, isn't it? So, start checking. 5053. Okay. And if you can put that in the chat, and then you can stop sharing. And people can go on their way and start doing the project that you're proud of. Okay, if you could stop sharing, Sebastian. Perfect. And I'll stay with whoever needs me. And Sebastian, if you can stay on with me, I appreciate it. And Jasper, do you have any questions? You're okay, Jasper? Let me stop recording, and then we'll talk. Stop. I stopped recording. Okay. So I'm going to remove Jasper. I don't see him, right?
Yeah, I think he's.
Sometimes I think he was. Jasper, you there? Yeah. I'm just going to remove him. So now we can talk. Okay, I'm not recording. What's up? What's your impressions?
The best group so far, I think, is Thomas's group. There are some groups that they have the foundation, which is what's important. All they're just missing is like little videos.
Okay.
But every group looks fairly on.
Okay, good.
On pace. I told them the little ticky tacks that I noticed right away.
Okay.
If they have any like in-depth questions, to just message
Okay.
me and I'll help them. But every the group honestly looks pretty good.
Okay, perfect.
The group that I wasn't able to see was group 7, because group 7 there's no one in class today from group 7.
Right. It is what it is. Maybe you can send out a note to them that let them know that maybe they weren't in class, and that if they need anything, that it's due. The project is due on Monday. Now let me ask you a favor here. I know that you're busy too. Is there any way that you can come to my evening class today, just to do?
Today.
Okay, fine, no problem.
My parents come back from church.
Oh, okay, no, okay, but you're coming on for the exam, right? For K as well, on the 21st.
The 21st, right?
Yeah, can you?
Should be able to. Let me just double check.
Yeah, double check on the 21st, and also on the 28th, if you check on that, if you can also do K, just when they're doing presentations.
Yeah.
Okay, so if you can put on your notes there to sign in for K for the 21st for the exam. well, the K will be both, and on the 28th when they present, that way you can kind of keep track of what I'm saying to them, as I'm keep track of what they've done. So later on, what I want to do is we'll talk to Daniel about it. If we want to grade maybe their presentation at least if they've done something, you know what I mean? Because before we weren't grading that part. I don't know if it's worth it, but anyways, okay, fantastic. Okay, Sebastian, I appreciate it. I think they really feel comfortable. The class feels comfortable with you. You know what I mean? They all
Yeah,
told me.
actually, I even saw some of them in person yesterday,
Uh,
and they wanted to meet and everything. So,
okay, you mean at the party or what?
at the party, yeah,
Yeah, good. Yeah. How'd you like the party?
I think it was pretty good. It
Good,
was pretty
good.
fun.
Yeah. They really went out, that's for sure.
They did.
Okay, I heard there was long lines for the food, huh? To get something,
Oh,
but
extremely.
yeah,
Extremely.
yeah. I guess when
But
free
then again,
food.
it was free, so you expected it.
I know everybody's grabbing it. Okay, Sebastian. So I think, and you texted just a little notes to Daniel.
I finished. Yeah, I bolded the text, and the two other things I told Daniel.
Okay, perfect. I think that's just so they know. Oh, we didn't know we had those readings were going to be, even though they should, Okay, all right. Thank you so much, and then
Professor,
we'll see you. We'll see you on
have a great weekend.
next weekend. Right. Well, the weekend's already here. Okay. Ciao.
That's
Bye.
it.
think so. So, Sophia, how are you feeling? You hear me? Sure, you can keep my camera off, but can you speak with me? Sophia. Sophia, how are you doing? Can you hear me?
Hello.
Hey, Daniel. Did you get notes from,
Yeah, I pulled through the chambers already.
okay. We forgot, we did it on the first one, didn't we? The readings,
Which,
the
the
review sheet.
readings, I put them in, but they were in the what's do's already.
Okay, fine. Did we put them in the reviews? But anyways, doesn't matter.
Either way, they're there.
They're there. Not a big deal. Okay. Um, just so you know, I did breakout rooms first time, and it was very valuable because some students basically were able to make a number of assignments to get. They were able to meet, and I think going through it. So I think it was. You were right in that sense that it was better than doing one group. That they at least have time to decide who's going to do what, and it's also a time when they can work. So we'll do the same thing today if somebody besides Sophia shows up. Okay. So right. So we got second. So we'll do that today as well.
Would I be able to start 1, 2, 3, 4 this time? Because those groups have been emailing me a lot.
Yeah, sure. So you'll start on the top. I'll start on the bottom.
Yeah.
Perfect. 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 And then let them know if they have questions between now and when really the project really you think about first draft of the whole project is due on Monday, that if they have questions they can contact you, and maybe if you want to meet any of them, maybe combine, if there's two groups coming together, hopefully you can find a mutual time that you just can meet them together. But again, I don't want to micromanage you, you know what I mean? You decide.
Oh,
You'll look, but that, I don't want it to be, taking too much of your time, but that they at least know. So we'll do that part. What else do I need to know about?
that's it.
And then I got,
Go over the review guide of it.
okay, and then I got, I had to contact Mauricio about my authenticator. And
Did you get one of these too?
they were able to. I didn't think I would need one because I had one, and so it turned out that they got it fixed. So I didn't need to get a new one. It just had to be registered for the authenticator. And what I did find is many years ago I had one token. I have, and then this last semester, Mauricio gave me this one. So they had two tokens for me, so that got confused. So they took that off the register, the old one. I don't even know where the old one is. Okay, so just let so let them know about that. So finally, I got that to work. So I had to work directly with a guy named Bruno. Okay, Heidi, fine. Okay. Okay, so everybody get your cameras on, unless I've given you permission otherwise, and we can get started. Hopefully. Hopefully everybody can get their cameras up and running. We can get started. You said, did you go to the celebration yesterday?
Yes, I did.
How was it?
It was fine. The lines were kind of long though, because I got there like a little bit after 5. I should have gone there earlier.
At 3 a.m. to line
Yeah,
up for fried Oreos.
I
I
went
heard.
in for like one of like I don't know, it was like one that rocked you, and it was literally like an hour wait. It was crazy.
Free food, what do you? So Yeah, the lines were long, huh? That's what I was saying. And you know, it was amazing because they invited the whole world. You know, I was looking at the local news and they said, oh, everyone in the community's invited. I thought it would be just, you know, maybe alumni, but it was like,
Yeah, that's probably why the lines were so long, because there were random people on
yeah,
campus.
yeah. No, it was the whole community. So I said, hey,
Were you able to go?
no, I missed it. But anyways,
Oh.
it was a long time. But hopefully, yeah. I think of it as almost homecoming on steroids or something. You know. Somebody was telling me the fireworks, there were some interruptions or something.
Oh yeah, one of them wasn't working like fully.
Yeah,
When
somebody,
they caught on fire, and then by the end of it, everything was on fire. So
that's exciting right there. Fire. Hopefully they had, you know, backup and recovery, right? You know how many times they do it. No, that can be really people who've gotten, thank goodness. You can get really hurt from that stuff, you know, exploding in your faces. There's fire. What a way to celebrate the 100th, huh? The whole campus is on fire, fire, fire. Okay, guys. So let's get everybody, Jose and Alexa, Nathaniel, George, Graham, Ethan. Let's get going so we can see everybody's bright and shiny faces. Got a lot to do, a lot to talk about. We'll see how everybody is coming into it. So I'm gonna start recording. So do I have some two people that are up for it to moderate the chat for me? Yes, volunteers. Haley, it looks like you're tired. It's good to moderate the chat just so you won't fall asleep.
I can do it.
Okay. All right. So Morgan, good to see your face. Good to see your camera on. It's been a while. So good. So Morgan and who else? Any other volunteer?
I can do it.
Okay, Haley. I backed you into it. Don't feel pressure.
I felt bad, so I was like.
But Haley, don't worry. If that's the hardest thing you have to do, you're in pretty good shape. Moderating the chat. I don't think it's that difficult. A little hard, but okay. All right, guys. Good to see you all. I don't see very many. George and Burrell and Nick, Blake. Let's get our cameras up. Did you see all those royalties you got for that song? I'm telling you. I know. I'm telling you, it was the biggest hit for me. I loved it. Did you like it?
Oh yeah, it was pretty good. I think Daniel also sent me like the full version after, and it was like, oh, this is kind of catchy.
I thought it was catchy. You should post it. Say your lyrics, you know, inspired by, you know. My own, really.
Oh yeah, put that on my LinkedIn maybe.
Yeah, right. It's
pretty good.
right, and then you can get other musicians to come. And you can give kind of those really inspirational sayings, you know, almost Zen-like sayings. I thought it was a great. Do you use that? I was wondering, do you use that saying a lot? Had you heard that
Yeah, no, I definitely do. You know, it just helps like just not to stress about the future because it doesn't really matter, you know.
Yeah, no, but I'm just saying.
Fine in the end. Like everything's gonna work out. Like,
yeah, but had you heard it from your family, or you just kind of picked that up on your own, or?
I think I just kind of came up with it one day. I just stopped stressing, you know.
No, but it was you could view it as, hey, it was catchy, but on the other side you could view it as kind of deep, you know, and I was like dancing to it. So I told those guys, you know, especially Jared, he was so excited, you know, to get it. And just so you know, in the next class, Kevin couldn't come, but Jared came, and and it may be, you know, it's that type of thing, that inspiration. One, Kevin wasn't there, so Jared may have not been as up. That's kind of his partner that he does his band with. And then he asked another student, and it wasn't as inspiring, and it was nowhere. It's funny how that combination, and then they're musicians too. You know, it's just that little where he just takes his phone and sings a little bit, and then Kevin has the chords, and Kevin wasn't there with the chords. You never know what it is when people create. Sometimes you can't duplicate it again, you know. So it was interesting, but I think it's fabulous. I loved it, and I really did tell them. They said, "Oh, should we publish it?" And I said, "Yes, go ahead." It'd be funny if it were. I think it.
Just CC me on that email if there's like a contract.
Yeah, right. You know, listen, you can use AI to write your contract. You're legal. You remember how they were saying they use the legal work, right? Yeah, they took it, and that's the question in AI. I was in another presentation that I did. I set up a conference for music and AI, and I had professors from the university, from the music school, that work with Grammy winners that have they use AI kind of to find some music, and then I also had musicians that were attorneys. And he came in, and what was the question from the audience was, what is copyrightable? You know, if I'm using AI, can I call it my own? Now, if I'm using Sono, can I just, are there any copyrights? There's a whole issue behind the parts of it, you know, of what's creation. But anyways, all right, just wanted to let you know on that. Okay, so welcome everyone. Let me start recording to the cloud. Live stream to YouTube. I'm going to choose my account. I'm going to choose my channel, one of my channels for the class. I'm going to go public, and I'm going to go live, and Zoom has created an API, an application program interface, to allow YouTube to stream live from Zoom, so I don't have to leave Zoom, but I can have it directly to my YouTube account. Okay, so that's number one. So what are my goals for today? My goal for today is, number one, is to go over a study guide with you for our next test. And my other goal is to work with you on your project. And we'll go through the what's due. In order to work with the what's due on the project, once we go through the exam review study guide, I want to go to breakout rooms today and have groups make sure that they've gotten all the assignments done. And Daniel and I will go through the groups, make sure that you're on track so you can show me your work for Monday. How does that sound? So how does that sound, Graham? We're ready to go? Okay, so let me share my screen. I share my screen. I see my screen. I am going to my content, and I will go to what's due. I will turn off my edit mode so I see exactly what you see. And in this case, on Monday the 14th, you see you have the final project, readings of business analytics. Next week I'll go over business analytics with you on descriptive statistics and predictive statistics. You have the assignment, and then you have some readings. You have one reading on language models, and the other one, which we spoke about last week, on ERPs, enterprise resource planning, and what it is. So you have these two readings here. By the way, all these readings are possibilities for the exam. So you have here in-person exam, the review exam, is under PowerPoints and Documents under Exam 2 Review Guide. So if I look at PowerPoints and Documents, here is the exam review guide. Note, the exam 2 will be on Monday, April 21st, which is not next week, but the following Monday. It will be again in the School of Business 204. The exam is closed. Note, just the same way as the last exam, there's going to be 2 parts. If you finish early, you need to check out with your pictured ID. And of course, you need to bring in your backup of your laptop. Make sure your laptop also has responders in case we need that for backup. Here on the exam review guide, you can see here, basically if we look at it, the review guide is, I am still going to go over the 2 most important chapters from last time, which is database management and security. It will also cover cloud computing, artificial intelligence, enterprise resource planning, and business analytics. It will cover all your audit assignments, your lectures, and your additional readings. Even though this doesn't sound additional readings, but Daniel has so graciously even put in all the articles here. It'll be similar to the last part. It'll be multiple choice true false questions, open-ended up to 3 questions, and you'll see here all the terms. Many of the terms are similar to the terms that we used last time, since it is from database and security. You'll see here it talked about cloud computing, some of the vendors, what is infrastructure as a service, platform as a service, software as a service, the different clouds. And you can see here artificial intelligence, machine learning, deep learning, the Turing tests. So you can go through all of these. These are sample open-ended questions. I may combine a couple of questions together, but in general, these are the topic areas. For instance, how does generative AI think? Does it think in English? And it may be combined with, for instance, what is generative AI and how does it differ from machine learning? Make sure you give examples. For instance, what is the cloud computing explained 4 benefits? It's not just listing the 4 benefits, but explaining. So the idea is giving examples. Giving examples we used in our assignment and projects. And these are the ones you have. You can study any way you want. You can study together as a group. You can use any software you want. You can use the Notebook LM. It's up to you on how you study. Some people, shared with us how they did so well on the exam on what they did. Okay? But it is straightforward, I think. The other part that you have is in the audit assignment. What I want to make sure you see here is on the audit assignment, which is due on Monday, make sure this are the goals of progressing the website, service, domain names, integrating fastbots, implementing Notebook, adding a VAPI number. How did you know? Before I said it, you're my AI. That's a compliment, Daniel. You're my agentic agent. We got to do that, right? We'll create it, and we'll call it Daniel. That'll be next semester. We'll create agentic agents for tasks to be done. And then the agentic agent can do it for you, Daniel, right? That's the whole idea. So we want to add that social media here too for our goals. But basically, here is what my goal here of what you should be adding is a how-to tutorial. People were asking me what should be in the tutorial. You should create for each person, show an application that makes sense for your project, an application that you can show how to do. For instance, you could show them, hey, we've made a podcast for ourselves. We can make podcasts for you. So you could show them how to do a podcast. You could show them different applications. Each person in your group is required to at least show one application. If you have extra time, you can show more, but at least one. It should be less than 5 minutes. It should be descriptive, and it should show your face to give credibility. And it should also go step by step of you sharing your screen, sharing your voice. Everybody should have upgraded already with a domain name. You should have already posted that. If you haven't posted it yet, you should be posting it on the audit area, on your domain name. Social media accounts. You can decide how you want to divvy up your social media accounts, but let me stress here, and I think we've done it, is use AI for your social media accounts in your postings and give credit to the social media that you use. So if you use Canva, you use you use Dolly for images, whatever you do for your social media that you're posting to, for your Instagram or your TikTok or others, is that you cite that and you basically show that we can do that for you as well. In the SEO, in the back end of Wix, under site and mobile apps or under marketing, you have website and SEO, and then here you follow the wizard. In order to follow the wizard, Google will take your domain name and crawl your domain name and be able to see if it can add it to their databases. This takes at least 24 hours. You cannot do this part adequately, the SEO, until you have a domain name, a full domain name. So this you can divvy up to someone. You'll create then your service offerings. You remember we had fastbot.ai come give us basically an opportunity to use Fastbot AI, which is a chatbot. Here is instructions to use the chatbot. When you go to fastbots.ai, you can also search and support of how to put a Fastbot chatbot onto your Wix site, and then Fastbot then will answer questions for you based on your URL. And here is instructions to do that. I want also everybody to do a podcast and use your site as the sources for your podcast. Make sure that you listen to it and convert it. You can take several tries. You can even tell it maybe to make it longer, shorter on that. Sometimes you may even want to, when you're creating, those of you that want to create a podcast for your demo, you may be able, once that demo is created, you may want to even record how you join into your podcast. You may also want to show how to use mind map that we hadn't used before. The VAPI phone number. You want one person that has you pick to do the VAPI AI using their phone number, and then you want to be able to post that VAPI AI phone number onto your website. So when you're going to be posting it, I don't know if did you tell it here? I think you do, right? Perfect. You want to edit, excellent, Daniel. You want to edit the system prompt, so you'll have one person take it where you had the prompts rather than just saying, hi, this is Morgan. You want to basically have those paragraphs of stating what you guys do for your company, and that's it. So for one person, it's a lot, but if you divvy it up and share it, then it should be fine. Any questions about that? So how many groups do I have? Daniel? For this audit area. Okay. So Morgan, are there any questions that you have or anyone else about this project?
Not as of right now.
Okay. I think once you get it done. So my goal for tonight with Daniel is to meet with each of the groups, see how I can help you. Also, you have time as the groups is to make sure you divvy up all your work. So that's why I'm using breakout rooms. A number of you were asking me that you'd like to take this opportunity, so it's a way at least we can proceed. And I'll give you feedback, and also Daniel will as well. So how many groups do I have, Daniel? 9? Okay. So I have 9. I'm going to let the participants choose. Anything else I need to know about, they need to know about, Daniel? So you have your groups here. I'm going to open up the rooms and choose your group. Based on your number, choose your group. Go into your group, assign all your work for your group, start working on it. I and Daniel will start with group 1. Oh, thank you. Remind me, next time we should put you right in the beginning there. Make co-host. Did I make it? Hold on. Yes. Okay. So everybody join a group, your group, not a group, but the group number. It's 1 through 9, and I'll help everyone. And Daniel and I will stay here till everybody gets assigned. So Daniel, you start with 1, I'll start with 9. And then hopefully you know what to do. And then you can figure out afterwards how you want to, before Monday, how you want to help them or what they need. And based on their question, you can see what are the issues. Okay. So what group are you?
Oh, I'm group number 2.
So why don't you go in there?
Oh, there we go. I just got the notification for it.
Okay. Did you get it? Okay. And Morgan, do you need help to get in a group?
No, I just figured out how to do it.
Okay. And Caitlin?
There we go.
And Sophia is in a group? What is Sophia in? Why is she here and not?
I don't know. It doesn't let me move her.
I don't see her in the, yeah. Sophia, what? Okay, she's.
She can try that.
We'll see. Okay, so I'm going to start with 9. You start for 1. we'll meet in the middle, or we'll over. It's good even if we have time that we both give different perspectives on it. Okay, great. See you later, alligator. George, what's up?
There just wasn't anyone in my group.
Okay, so stay, George, and work it out, and then I'll help you. Are you in group 7, George?
That is correct.
I see Blake and Nathaniel there.
Oh, they must have just joined.
Yeah, they must have just joined. Okay, try to get back. Okay.
Call from 16693160258.
Does anybody have a number that they think may work?
Okay. Do you guys need me right now? Any questions? I can come back. You're just now assigning?
Yeah.
Do you have any question for me?
No.
Okay, so you guys know what to do. I think this is a good idea, don't you think so? Doing the breakout. This way we get some time. We know everybody's here, or more people are here anyways. Okay, I'll meet you later. I'll come back. Sabrina, what's up? Sabrina, are you here? Sabrina. Sabrina, are you here? Sabrina, do you hear me? Anna, what's up? Anna, do you hear me? So, guys, do you have questions for me? What's happening?
No, I think we're all set.
Okay.
We have everything done that we have to get done so far.
Okay, so what do you mean? Have you assigned? So who's doing social media in your group?
We're all working on it together. We're all gonna sign in.
Okay, and what about the VAPI number?
Yeah, we already made that. I can attach it.
Okay, so you have to decide who's going to do the VAP, and you have to not only attach it, but you have to change you want to change the prompt to write about.
Yeah, about the business.
About the business. Okay, so do you need me so you can work on this now, and then I'll call you back and we'll kind of finish it up, and then we'll take attendance as well. Okay?
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome. Okay, good. I'm glad to hear that you're doing so well. So, guys, how are you doing?
We're figuring out exactly where to start right now.
Okay, good. I think it's a good opportunity, George, for you guys to meet, right? To figure out that you have more than you have. So, do you have any question for me right now?
Yeah, so the whole premise of today is just to be a work day.
Yeah, the premise is divvy up the work and start working on it. Just divvying it up and work together and say, hey, okay, we got the social media. We got to figure out what software we're going to be using for the social media.
So this is part 3. Are you able to tell us how many parts there are?
This is basically it.
Okay.
You know what I'm saying?
Final step.
This is the final step, and then we're going to get better at it. You know what I mean? I'll give you feedback. This is really what you can think about, Nathaniel. This is it. You know what I mean? This is your project of what you'll show, and then you'll basically you'll do the podcast, the fast spots, yeah. And then you'll present it. But what I'll look at next week is give you feedback. Because what we want to do, Nathaniel, is on the 28th that you're completed with your project and you present it. And then you'll present it to me, Nathaniel, and I'll look. Will have seen your work, so I'll concentrate on the 28th of the little things that need to be improved, if anything. Or I'll.
Video,
What?
Presentation, or was it in person? I forget.
We're going to do in person like we're going to bring you on stage, spotlight your group, right? You'll share your screen, you'll share it. And then after I give you feedback, Nathaniel, you'll then, based on the feedback I have, because we're going to have a short time because I'm going to have to look at 9 groups, right? Then you will do a recording with your group, and you'll record it as if you're recording it to venture capital, to investors that know nothing about what you're doing, and then you'll show.
That's gonna happen on the day of our final.
Well, when that you can prepare it. What I suggest is you prepare it. The final upload has to be the time of the final, but you can upload it earlier, Nathaniel.
Okay.
That's the beauty. You understand? So I'm giving you up to the time of your final, but if you guys finish up and say, hey, the 28th, it was perfect, Nathaniel, and then we just made a little couple of corrections, we made little hooks and things like that. We made our presentation look a little bit better. Then you upload all your materials. You could upload it, 2 days after that day if you get everything done. And you'll do a video, like a 5-10 minute video using Zoom without a password, right, in the cloud, giving a link.
So that's where my confusion was. It's not the presentation isn't a video. The presentation will contain a video talking about Zoom, right? That's what you're saying. That's a difference.
Which one? On the 28th, you'll present to me everything you have. And then you'll do a formal presentation offline, together as a group. Because it may not even be enough time to have each person speak in the presentation. You'll all appear, but maybe, Nathaniel, you'll say, hey, I'll be the leader, I'll take over. And then I'll say, Blake, and I'll give you suggestions. This you should improve, or this not. Because what the thing is, Nathaniel, a lot of times when you're a student, you say, hey, I wish I knew that little thing that the instructor or the professor marked me off. If I knew that, we would have changed it. So I may say, do more posts, or do it more, do better posts or something like that, or make your beginning, this sounds too AI-ish, make your mission statement more clear. So just little things, you understand? So I'm giving you, think about the 28th, if it's perfect, it's fine, but I'm giving you an opportunity for you to get my feedback before and then once I give you feedback, you can decide in the group, let's do it. So she says, if we do all this, it's an A project.
Gotcha. Okay.
And then you'll record it, but you don't need me to record.
Okay.
You got it? And then your final will be that recording. And you'll show in the recording, you'll show everything on your website. You'll show the podcast, you'll show that the fast spots work, you'll show, I have the media, you'll play a little bit the the videos, you don't have to spend it, it's 5 minutes, on each video, but give it an overview that if somebody wanted to see it, what you'd do. And the beauty here, Nathaniel, you can take it with you. Somebody said, what can you do, Nathaniel?
I got you.
Got me? Does that make sense?
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, so that's why this is important, that Monday thing. Basically, you get everything done like this, and then you'll be tweaking and getting it to be better,
Do all group members need to have an equal amount of presentation time?
On the 28th, no.
Okay.
Because we won't have enough time. But when you're recording, you will.
Okay.
You understand? I'm just going to have... What?
The recording needs equal time, but
well, yeah. I would think equal time, right? I mean, you're all... Is that all you have? 3? Do you have 4 members in your group or 3 members?
Yeah, we have 4.
Okay. Listen, if one person didn't do anything, in the group or did less, you know what I mean? You just don't want them to babble.
Sure.
And make up stories.
I more or less just want to know.
Yeah, no, but I agree. You want each person to present, introduce yourselves and things like that, make it formal. When you're doing it with me on the 28th, Nathan, you could decide who's going to be who you're going to make as the speaker.
Gotcha.
Okay. You know what I mean? But all of you will be there, but, as support and things. Because it's almost as if I'm giving you feedback. Sure. And it may be, Nathaniel, if I see other parts, I'll say, skip that part. I don't need to know that part. Or we're the team members, we'll go into who's in the team. I know already who's in the team. You know what I mean? Show me what were the issues that we had, that you maybe had improved since, the 14th.
Okay.
Got it? Makes sense, too. And then you'll have it polished, and you can use it however you want. Perfect. Okay? I'm glad I answered those questions. So now you know where it is. It's not like 7 other parts. Remind me to tell that in the class. Because so people can kind of like divide up the work. This is where the brunt of your work is going to be right now.
Okay.
So you can plan it out. Okay, I'm going to leave this breakout room, go to another. Then I'll call you back. And we'll wrap up and we'll take attendance, okay? And then I'll answer any of your other questions. Good questions, Nathaniel. Keep it up.
All right, thank you.
Okay. So how can I help you guys? What questions can I answer?
I don't know. I think we figured it out, or we figured out how to like split up the work.
Good.
We got that set.
Okay, how many people in your group?
We have 4.
Okay.
I have a quick question.
Sure.
On like the instructions.
Yeah.
So, once again. Let me share my screen. Yeah. Okay, so this is like to add the new menu item for the services or whatever. So it says click add and then menu item, but I can't find it.
Where? Show me the instructions. What are you trying to do?
It says click the plus, add menu item, new page services. So I did the plus menu, but there's like in page menu.
Yeah.
But it says services.
Show me the instructions. Okay,
here.
example. Okay, click the plus, add menu item, new page, services. Okay, create a new page. So basically, where's the add menu item?
So now I'm gonna go here. I clicked the add,
Yeah,
like right here.
add element. Okay, but we're okay. But you want to add a new page. Doesn't it say that?
Yeah, new page services.
New page. That's in page.
Yeah.
So go back to page. Go up to the page. You see where it says page up there? Go to home. Yeah. Okay. And then here, if you look, and what does he want you? You want to add page services page. You see services page? Go down. Up above, one above. No, go down. See services page. Yeah. Okay, and then here you, and then you can give a service. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Okay, great. Okay. Okay. And add those, and then you know the social media, and then you have to do the VAPI. You have to change the titles and have one person, whoever's going to do that. So you got the. And how are your other two people? Are they kind of lost in? Are they just not coming today, or they're active members?
They're active members.
Okay, good. So you got it done. So work this out. At least you now. I think it's important that we did this breakout room. What do you think? That at least you kind of, you know what I mean. Everybody was kind of like thinking, oh well, the night before. This isn't the night before. And just so you know, this is the bulk of your work. You know, when you think about it, once you finish this, you've really, and it's done well, you finish the project.
Okay.
You know, what you'll have to do is when you think about it, you just have to get more in to make sure that it's done well. So Nick and Haley, just make sure that since it's with your group project, that you can say, okay, hey, let me, and you're responsible for all the project as well. So you have to look at other people's work and say, hey, this is not good enough. You know, redo your video or whatever it is. You know, it's not just, oh, they did that, so I didn't look at it. But you're going to be graded as a group, and then you'll also be graded. So you could get, even if you got 100% what you did, but the rest of it wasn't done, you're not going to get a good grade for your project. So you got that idea? Okay, great. Perfect. We found a way out. I'm glad I could help.
Thank you.
You're welcome. And I'll call you back, and then we'll wrap up, and then we'll take roll. Okay?
Okay.
So how'd it work out? So what's going on? You got a good group.
Yeah. Like, no one's here. But, yeah, I told Daniel
Yeah.
we still have, like, a lot of things to catch up on. I've been trying to get everyone on...
Hurting the cats. They can't even come to class, let alone hurting them for a meeting.
Yeah. I don't know. Like, I'm not sure if they emailed you, but I texted them right now, and I told them we need to get this done before Monday.
Right.
This week.
Well, it's not even before Monday. You got to meet them, in another day. Did you tell them you were the only one and it was embarrassing that you were the only one in the class and they looked like losers?
Along those lines, yeah.
I'm very diplomatic. At least we can laugh about it, huh? Okay, so anyways, yeah, that's your challenge. What can I say? Because even if you do your part, there's so many different parts that it's the project not done. So you just basically can say, hey, this is not a way to go. All right, so at least you can try to contact Daniel, or you may even just say, I'll just do it on my own. It's right,
Yeah.
you know what I mean?
Honestly, I think they will. They need more of that pressure.
I know, but just tell them that Dr. Rush you can tell him.
I'll tell them that.
Yeah, just tell them, hey, this was blatant, that we're there, and this really is the whole project.
Right.
Right now, you're not going to have a lot more parts. You know what I mean? This is the project. Okay, so I'll let you go, and then maybe I'll call everybody back, in another minute or two, and then we'll take roll.
All right.
Okay? Great. Let me just leave this.
Alright, so I just got the TikTok done, so let me just send it to you guys, and then in the group chat we can just all like the posts and comment stuff on it. I got that in the X, so let me send the
Do you guys need me? Are you okay?
We're good.
Okay, all right. So I just want to let you know that this is really, when you finish all of this, is really the main part of all the project. There's just tweaks on that. So the more you can get done, we can give you feedback on it. Thanks. I'll call you back in a few minutes, okay? In a minute or so. Thanks. So how's it going, guys?
Hello.
Hi.
It's good. Yeah, we just had a talk with Daniel. He said that everything looked good.
Great. Great. So just so you know, everybody's thinking about part 1, part 2, part 3. How many more parts? Once you finish this, it's basically the essence of your project. So that's...
I had a question.
Sure.
For the presentation, is it one of us that's going to present, or yeah? Okay.
For the presentation part, because we're so limited, we have 9 groups.
Yeah.
And what I'll do is I'll spend time, I'll sometimes just hurry you, like talking about the team. I'll say, hey, I know the team. I don't need to bother with that. But I want to focus in on things that you think that are issues that we still need to refine. Maybe the mission statement, hey, it's too wordy or something like that. And then after I give you feedback, I'll say, hey, it's fabulous, it's great, this is an A for me, or this is what I think you can improve. You have that choice to improve it. Then you do a formal presentation on your own via Zoom, where each person, Alexa, will be presenting as if a formal presentation, as if you were presenting to, a group of investors.
Okay.
And then you'll record it to the cloud without a password. You'll have that link with all your other materials. And then you could basically then take that with you. And then that's what I'm going to be doing the final grade of grading on.
Okay.
Okay, makes sense? So basically that presentation, I'm giving you an opportunity to fine tune it. You get my final feedback. You understand? Rather than you say, I wish she would have told us early, then we would have corrected it. You know how sometimes I'll give you a 85 and you say, well, if we would have done that, you would have gotten a 90. I'm just giving you, how does that sound?
Perfect. Thank you.
Okay, and I'm calling you back, okay? Perfect.
Thank you.
Faz, are you the only one in your group?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and did Daniel meet with you?
Yes, he did.
Okay, so what's the situation with you guys? It doesn't look too impressive when it's just you.
Yeah, I don't think the rest of my group could make it, but we're supposed to meet tonight at 9:30.
Okay, okay. And then you're a good student, so I suggest you gotta take the reins and lead them.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, anything you want to ask me or questions? Are you okay?
I think I'm good. Just one question
Sure.
about attendance. So should I stay till?
Yes, I'm gonna stay. I'm gonna close the breakout rooms in about a minute, and then we'll take attendance.
Okay.
Might as well take advantage of it since you were here, right?
Yeah, yes, ma'am.
Yeah. Okay.
No, I didn't realize. I thought I was in the meeting already.
What?
Can you hear me?
Yes. We're ready to go. Hold on, let me get you. Yeah, let me clear all the rooms. Thank you. Hi, how are you?
You're Dr. Rush.
Yes, I'm Dr. Rushanik. Thank you. Sorry, we were in breakout rooms. We're finishing up a project, so we really wanted you to. I'll have you introduce yourself. Do you mind? We have like about 10-15 minutes. What I'd like you to do is I'll have everybody. Will. I'll have you introduce to my glorious class. They'll turn on their cameras. I apologize. We were in breakout rooms. We're having a project, and we just needed a feedback on it. So I just wanted to do that. So I'll have everybody turn on their cameras, and we'll start this. And do you want to introduce yourself?
I would love to.
Yeah.
My name is Chuck Engel. I head up our emerging markets and products, as well as our academic partnerships for ISACA.
Great.
And
Great.
like you guys, I've also come out of higher education.
Well, oh, you did? Okay. And what is it about you? Tell me a little bit about your company. What you do?
If I could share a slide with you.
Yeah, sure.
Okay. So
Please.
this is what Socrates is known for. Let me see. Tell me when you get
Yes, we got it.
Perfect. So we're at our core, we're a credentialing company. We do some of the higher level credentials that you'll see probably in your work experience around governance, risk, compliance, audit, cybersecurity. So there'll be acronyms you hear that are around CISA or CISM or C-Risk, which is really one of our most popular ones. And what allows us to operate in these different domains really comes through the fact that we're also an association. So we have about 100, well, as of now, this is a little old, we have about 195,000 members.
Wow.
Around and they're organized in chapters, which we have about 230. We just had a new one, believe it or not, Ulaanbaatar, of all places. But the main thing I want to call about that is that those are the people we go to help us kind of look over the horizon around knowledge, skills, and abilities that are changing or that they need to be able to do those GRC audit cybersecurity tasks. So they then come back to us and say, okay, here's the domain area that the content that needs to be updated to make sure that, and this is really the punchline that I want to bury, that when we're bringing people into the organization and they have our credentials or they have, if they're looking at CISSP, that they know that those people they're bringing in have those, what we call knowledge, skills, and abilities, or KSAs, to be able to do that specific job task. And that's a little bit about us.
Okay. And so I guess we've covered a lot of security and basically controls and security in the area. We have our chief security officer came into class and basically talked about security, and especially security at the university and how we're so vulnerable. Our students were complaining about, Duo, basically, and now we've moved to Authenticator, and why do we need to do this, and this thing. So basically, your organization basically is information auditing. I basically can looking at it, coming into companies and seeing if they have the proper controls. And in your own work, Jeff, are you also doing that as your own work?
Yeah, we do that in our own work as well. I also teach at Arizona State University. So one of the things I teach is data analytics. And part of that whole data analytics course is, okay, how do you make sure the data that you're pulling in is secure, that it's accurate, that it's not corrupted by anything. So we look at that too, and at ASU we have the same things. We have two-factor authentication.
Right. Right, and the data that is secure, and what kind of credentials do you have?
I have our cybersecurity fundamentals. I have our IT audit and IT risk.
And is that part of it? And now the students, do you have a slide of what the students can? What is the test they can get, and how do they need to study for that, or how do they qualify? Do you have something about that?
Yeah, it's really straightforward. So we have advanced level credentials that I was talking about before, and then we have kind of what we call the entryway credentials as well. So those are the ones that I have, because I do not come out of the formal IT side of the shop.
Mm-hmm.
I come more out of the data side of it.
Okay.
So we do have a couple of credentials that you guys might be interested in. One is obviously we have cybersecurity fundamentals, which is, I'd say it's an analog to Security Plus. You guys have heard of that one?
They probably haven't. Most of our students have not.
So, I mean, I say it's an analog. The difference really is that it's hands-on. So you go through the different domain areas, you get the knowledge, skills, and abilities, and you have to actually apply them into a virtual machine setting. So the nice thing about that is, I'm biased on this one. You get a work product. So threat detection, incident response, whatever it may be, you can actually show that I've gone through it, I've done it, here's how I successfully completed it.
Okay. And what are they offering now for students? So my students, if they wanted to get a certification, what would you number one? Would you recommend they get? The CISA certification, the Certified Information Systems Auditor one?
I would actually start in just a level down from that. So we have IT risk fundamentals and IT audit fundamentals.
Okay, IT risk and IT fundamentals. And students can take that without any work experience?
They can.
Okay.
In fact, we have a new program that we're launching into the academic space, which is our full-blown CISA, Information Systems Audit.
Uh-huh.
That will be an associate credential. So you still have to get the work experience. That's the difference between our certifications and credentials. Credentials typically require 5 years of work experience, of which your bachelor's degree will satisfy one of those years.
Okay, but this, so if the students have no work experience, they can take, they'll, you think they should start with the fundamentals?
I would. I mean, so if you guys are still, what you get, this is a 200 level?
Yeah, this is a 200 level, and some of our students are higher up. They're juniors and seniors. And they're all in the business school, and they all, they have our business technology majors, our finance. A lot of them are combined majors, entrepreneurs, data analytics.
Yep. So I definitely, IT audit and IT risk, I definitely, recommend those.
Mm-hmm.
The audit's kind of fascinating from the standpoint of, I just got back from speaking at Purdue University on this topic too with another colleague of mine that's over there.
Mm-hmm.
But I think he had audit, explained it great from the standpoint of, you think of a internal auditor and it's like, it sounds so sexy, this sounds so...
No, it sounds very boring for our students, right? It's like they fall asleep anyways in my class, so when they bring that up, it sounds even more snoozeability.
Then you think about the importance of it, and this is the gentleman who leads their Sirius, their cybersecurity institute.
Uh-huh.
But he's like, he kind of put it in terms of, he's like, when you go to the doctor and get your physical, what are you doing? Auditing your health. You balance your checkbook, what are you doing? You're auditing your financials. If you're taking your car in to get a checkup, what are you doing? You're auditing the health of your car. And I just bring that up because it's like, we kind of look at it and say, is this really important? And it's like, yeah, it's actually extremely critical to the organization. Because if you don't have an understanding of your architecture, the touch points that it has in your supply chain is a great example, then you expose yourself to risk. And one of the things that we found, be it IT risk or IT audit or pure cybersecurity, pen testing, whatever it may be, is if you don't understand how that works, your posture, or how hard your system is, you open up risks not only within the organization itself, but also to, as you've seen with CrowdStrike, right?
Right, CrowdStrike. The whole world went down. You couldn't take a flight.
You couldn't do anything. But then you think about upstream, and one of the things we're finding, especially in the world you guys are going into, is that cybersecurity, information security is it runs throughout the entire value chain of the company. So we do these programs like our CISM, for example, which is all about governance.
Right.
We run that in supply chain programs. We run CISM in law degree programs like at Drexel. I mean, it's really transdisciplinary in nature. So regardless of where you're going to be, MBA programs in Aston University in the UK, we've got them all over the place. But it's it's extremely.
Yeah, because and also now so how do you see it with the advent of AI changing what you guys are doing, or what effect will it have?
Yeah, it's having quite an effect. I mean, with AI, we're pivoting to, and because it's part of our DNA is around the governance, the risk, the compliance, the audit, is exactly that for AI. So our first one out of the gate here is going to be our CISA with an AI addition to it. So in that new world, we'll focus on like 3 domain areas within AI. One will be the AI governance and risks, AI operations, and the third will be the AI auditing tools
Which is so important because the AI is like in a black box, and everybody's talking about the guardrails of AI. What could AI possibly be for disadvantages? What is behind it? Who is programming it?
Yeah.
That
But you still have to really go down the same path as you would with, if you're an enterprise architect, whatever your function is within your information systems or information technology, and you still have to go through the process of looking at what's the governance structure to use AI, what's the risk to the organization to use
yes.
AI. So you have to evaluate, the impacts it can have on all facets of the business.
Right.
As I said before, like way upstream in your supply chain, way downstream to your customer itself.
Yeah.
And it's it's monitoring, it's reporting, it's about
and the people are not as educated on what's to come, and it's changing so quickly too. And what all these bots that people are downloading, what's in those bots that people are downloading. I know for our university, they were almost like at a standstill where a number of the faculty and students were begging for more AI, and people in the audit area say, wait a minute, hold on, we don't even know what's going to be put into our systems, where so
it's
that
an interesting world because it's changing the way, in some certain areas of the country, the like your leadership team, your C-suite team,
right,
are being brought closer in. So, for example, in the EU, they just passed a regulatory requirement called DORA, which requires everybody at the C-suite to understand the risks to their systems.
yes, everybody needs to understand it. It's just not that used to be just passed on to my IT group, but it's everybody in the organization has to figure it out, everybody in the finance, because a lot of our students even aren't going to be going into IT, but rather into other areas, but they need to know about their data, about the governance and the governance of AI. Well, I thank you for, we're kind of, I'll let any of our students, answer. I have Daniel here, who I think he corresponded with you. If you have any question, Daniel, that.
Yeah, I do have one. So I was looking at the different credentials, and I saw one on AI, the Beta AI Audit Certification. Do you think you could talk a little bit about that? Are there prereqs as far as work goes? Or?
For the AI audit, it's still a work in progress. I do not have what the prereqs are. I do know that that's an add-on right now for the CIVA credential. And I can follow up with you guys too around, the different credentials.
Yeah, if you could, you can follow up, and I'll have you maybe Daniel can follow up with you, Jeff, on giving us some of those areas, because we also have a minor now in AI at the school, in this business school, and we're considering now even an AI major. So it's the whole area. And now our dean wants to really just infiltrate AI throughout, AI everywhere, into all the classes. So it's just that idea of, is this a trend, and how do you basically get those guardrails put up?
Yeah, it's been I know at ASU we have our own version of ChatGPT-4 that we put into the university. Its main purpose, or at least the hypothesis is, we can, the more research that we load up securely, we can cross-reference it with other research to see how it can impact, hopefully positively, to accelerate research, to broaden its impact of research. So, a lot of stuff's being done with it. And I know in my class, I let my students use it, but the challenge with them, because obviously we have a rubric that we have to use to grade you guys, they have to, when they use it, they have to really explain the logic behind the outcomes that they've generated.
We're trying that too. Well, our students are doing their project as AI, consultants for businesses, and basically the ins and the outs of it. So I appreciate that. And then also I hear that you have a scholarship available.
We do. Through our ISACA Foundation, we do have scholarships available. If you go to isaka.org and look for the foundation, it'll give you the information on how to apply for those.
Yeah.
We do start to take care of the students in a different fashion. So for you guys specifically, like the credentials that I had mentioned, the IT audit fundamentals, the IT risk fundamental, we provide those to you, I think, at a 50% discount.
Oh, good.
If you have any interest. And we also have a new updated AI certification. We launched a couple years ago. We just updated about.
If you could send us more information on that, we really would be. And then I'll send you out. Also, I've done it in the past, Jeff. Is some of my students in the past have received your scholarship. So I'll recommend this year as well. So watch out for that. I don't know if you're in that group to select them, but I'll be sending that out. My recommendation.
And not in that one. But yeah, we do the scholarships are another part of that as well. Another resource if you're looking for it is one of the chapters that we do have for ISACA is in Miami. We do a lot of work with the various and help set up the student groups for the universities around ISACA. And what's nice about it, because we have one at ASU that I helped start up, is you've got all these professionals with a ton of experience that you bring in.
Yeah, I know a number of your. Yeah, I know a number of your folks. They're very, a number of your folks that have businesses even in that, and it's really great. They're very impressive. Okay, I'm just gonna have to stop the class formally, and then Daniel will just give our students the attendance code in the chat. If you can be so kind, Daniel. And then if you can stay a minute, Jeff, and we can kind of discuss it and. For that part, and then you can stop. I guess you can stop sharing. Yeah, but it's interesting in the ideas of thinking about data and how do you basically govern that data and think about the controls, and AI is just so important. I know our university, as an example, are so basically have been reluctant to basically do a deep dive. They've got now a new position of a AI coordinator, and they're starting even in the medical school. They won't even, there's so much there that they can work on, even administratively. How can they use AI to be more efficient?
One of the things we're doing is we've got the AI certificate, but we're also doing the AI audit. The next really step for us is to formalize. And are you guys familiar with the COVID framework?
My students are not, no.
Okay. So it was one of the original frameworks that we did a long time ago, but it stands for the control objectives for IT.
Yeah, that of course, yeah, I know it, but we didn't cover it in class, yeah.
So we're going to do that. We're working on that for AI right now.
Yeah, no, AI, that's a big business, really, of just working on it.
Just to give you guys context with COVID, I mean, it's something that countries have adopted, like Egypt, UAE, Jordan, a number of EU member states have put into place as their governance framework for finance, banking, and insurance.
Well, that's interesting to see. I appreciate you, and we'll try to work more together. I was quite active before in Osaka, and then when I saw that come around, I was happy to see that they could get certificates without getting the work experience.
Yeah, I'll follow up and I'll send you all that information out.
Yeah, now that and you're the academic liaison, Joe?
I'm the guy, yeah.
Okay, and where do you live?
I live in Phoenix.
Oh, you live in Phoenix. Oh.
Yeah.
And how are you related to the Miami chapter then?
We work with all those different chapters. They have an academic relations person typically, and then they'll work with universities, and the universities will do this for them. We'll do the student group. Sometimes we have schools that want to. We actually bring in the CISM.
Oh, okay. Oh, I didn't even realize that. I thought you were in the Miami. That's why I was wondering why. I thought you were working remote at ASU. Yeah, I had one of my former students. He was my teaching assistant, similar to Daniel, and he. It's interesting. He received your scholarship, and then after receiving your scholarship, he went to work here locally, and then went to work. He's now in Phoenix.
Oh, it is.
Yeah.
He's enjoying like the nice 101-degree day. We're having
Yeah,
right
I don't know. Okay, but thank you so much for coming by,
Oh, my
Jeff,
pleasure.
and then we'll have Daniel, keep in touch with you. I appreciate it. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you all. Have a good
Bye-bye.
evening your time now.
Yeah,
Thank you.
bye-bye.
Bye.
Okay, so let me stop recording. I didn't realize he was not from the Miami chapter. Okay, so how can I help anyone else here? Did everybody get their attendance? So what questions do I need to answer from someone?
Issa would probably be last.
Okay, so Graham, what can I do for you?
Nothing. I'm just putting in the code.
Okay, putting in the code. Okay. Okay, Issa, how can I help you?
Yeah, sorry. You told me to stay after class last time so we could go over my exam today.
Okay, we got tied up. Can you maybe set a time? Daniel, do you mind setting up a time with Issa if we need to go over her exam?
Sure. I mean, I have time now.
You have time now?
Yeah.
Okay.
Should I just go over the questions she got?
I don't know. What do you want to go over?
I just wanted to see like
on your multiple choice.
Yeah, the multiple choice, and I wanted to see like what happened with the open ended, like where I lost points. I just want to make sure I got everything down.
Okay, so can you do that in general?
Yeah, I can do that.
Okay, because I have to go to another class, my next class. Okay. But okay, I'll leave you online, and we're not recording, so I'll leave you online, Daniel.
Okay. Yeah.
And then Issa. And how are you doing in your group, Issa?
It's good. I think we just have to delegate and make sure we distribute tasks evenly.
Right.
But the pressure's not only on one person.
Yes. Okay, that's right. Okay. All right.
Yeah.
So I'm gonna leave the meeting, Daniel, and you can stay along, and then you just close the meeting when you finish. Okay, thanks, Daniel. And if you need some more time, you can do it. You can set up another time with Issa. Okay.
Thank you so much.
My pleasure.
I'm just pulling it up.
How are you?
I'm good. How are you?
Okay.
Just so you know, my internet's been terrible today. I've had like another Zoom. I don't know why. I think it has something to do with the Wi-Fi. So if I like turn my camera off, it's just so I can like
keep it on. Yeah, no problem. Yeah. You see, sometimes I have issues too.
Yeah.
It's beyond our control, so we can do it. So, what I thought to do today is give out the study guide for the exam.
Yeah, that's a good idea.
And then break up in breakout rooms for people to work on the project that's due on Monday. So there's a lot there.
Yeah, that sounds great. Am I early?
You're on time. Okay. For our class, that's early. Actually, you're like a half hour early for our class, but our class is supposed to start a minute ago.
Yeah. Okay. Actually, can I ask you a question about my attendance?
Yeah, what about it?
It says that I have like 67 out of 100, but I missed a couple classes because I was sick. I think I have like 3 unexcused absences.
Okay.
But
let's do it at the end.
Okay.
We'll spend time opening up the attendance and we can do it. Okay?
Okay.
And did you contact me about it?
No, I was gonna. Well, I sent you the form from my doctor, but.
Okay, so fine. So we'll work that out. Let's do that. You know, after class, we'll do all the personal.
Okay.
Issues. Okay. So right now we're just gonna deal with the class, and I'll be happy as long as you need it. We'll deal with the other issues at the end of the class. Okay. So let's just focus in on right now what we need to do. You know, we don't have that many weeks left. And basically, we have 2 weeks left of the semester and then one time to present our projects. And one of those days is an exam. So basically, we have 3 more classes. So we're at the point. Okay. How are you doing, Luke?
I'm good. How are you?
Pretty good. Did you go to the celebration last night?
I did. I was there. I was next to the fires. There the fireworks.
Wow. Did you get hurt? You didn't get hurt, did you?
No, I didn't know.
Right. Nobody got hurt, did they?
I have no idea. I saw them on fire and then I left.
But that's a smart idea. See, if you don't want to stay for fires, I can't believe that. Isn't that that's not good, right? And you always hear about somebody else having those, with those fireworks, and what? Yeah, doesn't give a good impression for 100 years, right? Yeah. So, anyways, I think the issue was, I was surprised, is they invited the whole world. I even saw in the local news, oh, this is open for everybody. Come. I thought it would be just, for people at and maybe, and alums, but hey, it doesn't matter. Come. I think that's why it was so crowded. People heard free food. And the lines were out the world. Did you stay in line for food? How long did you do?
No, I didn't get food because the second I walked on campus, there were so many people.
Yeah, it was way too much. That's the only problem. Yeah, the exclusivity. Okay. All right. So hopefully we'll get. So my goal today is to give you a review, hand out early your review guide rather than waiting to next week. This way you'll have some more time to look at it. So we'll do the review, and then we'll also go into more specifics about the project. We'll spend some active time doing it, because that's one thing that on the 28th we're expecting your full project to be done. So I'll go over that with you as well. It's important to hydrate, right? Okay. And Lily, how's it going for you?
Good so far.
So far. I like that, so far. Huh? The day's not over. My brother used to tell me that. He used to say, you know, I said, oh, I'm having such a great time. And he used to answer, the day's not over. And I don't know if he means the day's not over, that there's going to be so much better, or the day's not over. So I used to always laugh about that. I said, oh, it's so great. The day's not over. So I joke about that. So, okay. So good that a couple people are under the weather. A couple of people have issues. The good thing about us today is we're online and there's no one to be infecting anyone, but it's an issue. So hopefully we'll create this. So I'm going to wait another minute if any questions that I need. So let's do this in the very beginning. Let's have two people moderate the chat, and I'll just start. And when people start coming in, they can turn on their cameras. So who do I have? Anybody that I have that's would like to moderate the chat? See if there are any questions. You can unmic yourself and let me know. Any volunteers? I'm always surprised that this is not a taxing thing. Okay, so Eric, fine. Anyone else? And Ryan, you want to do it too? Okay, so my two guys in the middle, Ryan and Eric, take over. So let me know if anything is available. Okay, I'm going to get started because I want to end on time, and I want to end in a way in which you can ask me any questions that you have, that you can spend time with me, anything on informal things as well. So let me do this. I'm going to record to the cloud, not on my computer, not on my premise. I can live stream live to YouTube. I can open up my account in YouTube. I can go to my YouTube channel for this class. I'll go live where Zoom has an API that is opening to YouTube, and you can then prepare to live stream. So you're setting up your meeting for YouTube. We can see it's trying to connect, whether connect right. Perfect. You know what perfect is? Perfect is perfect. Okay, so welcome everyone. Glad to see at least a portion of you as you come online. Those that can, please turn on your cameras so we can see your lovely faces. Okay, so my goal tonight is to talk about our schedule for the rest of the month. We are now on Wednesday, April 9th, and on the 14th we have a good portion of our project due. On the 21st, we have an exam in person, and on the 28th, we will be doing a presentation. So let me talk about all of this together. The best way I think to do this is share my screen, and then you can see documents on it, and I want to make sure that everybody understands where we're going with this. So I'm going to share my screen. You all see my screen. You all see yourself. Not all of you, but some of you see yourselves there. And I always go to what's due. My edit mode is off, so I'm good so you can see. So this Monday, you want to complete project part 3. project part 3 is really the main part of our entire project. People were asking me before, how many more, Dr. Rush, how many more parts are there? This is the main part. Once you finish this part for your project, you're basically almost all done with your project. There's some kind of tweaks that you need to do, but you're basically done. On Monday, I've also given you chapter 12 to read on business analytics that talks about data analytics. It also talks about statistics, about describing the past, describing the present, and describing the future. You, of course, have your adaptive assignments and quizzes, and you have 2 readings here. One is about about language models, and the other one is about ERP. You remember we talked about ERP before, of enterprise resource planning. So this is the assignment for number 9, and your exam is, everybody I hope puts that in your notes there, that on April 21st, and make sure you tell everyone in your group, even if they're not here, that the exam is in person, same room, SBA 204. I'm giving you your exam 2 review guide early, just that some people have some more time on the weekend, so this would be able to have 2 weekends to study rather than 1. So where does it appear? Under PPT and documents. So I'm going to go to PPT and documents, and under PTE and documents, I see exam 2. Exam 2 will be in the School of Business, exactly like we talked about before. The time will start at the regular time. I suggest you come in at 6:30 and be there, and you remember we don't start here sometimes till many minutes after. So come when Ava was saying I'm early, I would like you to be at 6:30, ready to go. At the time of 6:35, we're ready to go. Again, this will be the same format. It's closed book, closed software, closed AI, closed phone, and the exam, you can take the entire period if you want. If you finish early, you're allowed to do this, and you will be checking out with your ID. You can decide, and let me go to the review guide, I don't care how you study, right? That is up to you. You can see here, the exam will cover 2 of the chapters that we already covered. Chapter 5 was on database, which is essential. So I'm going to review that because we really need to know about data, data governance, the hierarchy, what is the advantages of data management systems. Chapter 4 was security. Remember, we had the security officer here, which we were so lucky to have. And basically, the whole idea now when we're thinking about even AI, security is essential. TG3 is the cloud. You remember, we were talking about the difference between on-premise versus the cloud, the different parts. 14 is AI, which is, of course, essential. And then we have Chapter 10, which covered enterprise resource planning. Chapter 12 will cover next week, which deals with analytics. It will also cover all our audit assignments, our lectures, and our readings. So this is the same thing. You can decide however you want. You can use Notebook LM to study. You can use ChatGPT to study. That's no problem. You can listen to podcasts. That's up to you. It'll be 2 parts, true, false, multiple choice, around 60 questions, open-ended, up to 3 questions. Exact same format as the other one. We will do it on Blackboard. We will do it on the computers that we use. You can be able, whatever order you want. Some of you did the open-ended first. Some of you did the multiple choice. It's up to you. You have to complete it, and then that's it. These are the articles that will help you. especially in the open-ended part. And if you see here, these are the number of terms. Many of the terms are the same as last exam, because we're still talking about security controls, basically the way to mitigate risk, the transference, remember, all the security. This is all having to do with security, data governance, and basically here starts with cloud computing, the vendors, infrastructure as a service, platform as a service, software as a service. So you remember AAS is as a service. Basically, what do these all mean? That I go through the internet and I get another vendor to provide me hardware, to provide me an operating system, to provide me software, and it can be public, private, and hybrid. Here's on data and data management. Here's about artificial intelligence, machine learning, deep learning, the Turing test, NLP, which is what we're using all the time, of natural language processing, ERP, exception and reports. A lot of this is review, is what we had last time. This is what we'll be talking about in next week, is analytics, talking about the descriptive, predictive, and prescriptive. Prescriptive meaning, okay, after I get the data, now what do I do? Just like going to the doctor. They're analyzing you, the wellness of you, and then it's like, okay, what do you prescribe for me? It looks like these were the tests. This is out of bounds. So what do you prescribe? I'm going to provide medication. I'll provide rest. I'll provide exercise. Then we talked about neural networks, how the brain is working, how you train the machine for machine learning, supervised versus unsupervised, generative AI and subfields. And then we had open-ended questions. These open-ended questions, I give you the exact wording of what I'll give you on the exam, may be a combination of a couple of tests. So for instance, what is cloud computing? Explain 4 benefits. Give 3 business usage examples. Name 2 advantages. How is cloud computing used in your assignment? So 5 is define infrastructure, platform, software. Give at least 1 real world of a company or product that offers each. So in this case, it may be a combination of the 2. What is generative AI? What are the subfields? What are the limitations? What's machine learning? That's it. And of course, you can prepare however you want on those open-ended. And of course, you have a number of our readings, plus you can use, I have no problems of using any software to help you prepare. Questions on that? Okay. So in this case, are there anything that Eric, anything that you have questions on? It's pretty clear, Eric?
It's pretty clear for the most part.
Yeah, for the most part. What's nice about it, Eric, is I'm giving this to you early. So next Monday and Wednesday, you can say, you know what, Dr. Rush, I'm not quite sure. This is what I understand this to be. Can you explain it further? Isn't that nice? Rather than, it pretty much is clear, but maybe you don't know the answers now. You'll try to find the answers, and if you don't, come back and I'm more than happy to discuss it before the exam, right? Not during the exam, okay? So that's the key here. If you have any questions on it further, you can do it. The other part, which is important, is go back to the what's due. And in the what's due is the idea of, okay, now what is due for Monday? On Monday, what I'd like you to do is go to the audit assignment instructions. And if I go to the goals, you started your website, now you have to finish it. So you have to create service audit. Many of you have already upgraded your domain name and so forth. So let's just go into the details of it so I can explain it, answer any questions, and then what I'd like to do is go into breakout rooms, and I will see you in the breakout rooms and help you. As I'm a group member, I consider myself a group member in each of your groups, is help guide you, answer any questions. This way, I think it's an opportunity, Finley, is that we can say, hey, we'll meet with the group, and then you can make any of the other assignments and I can see you. So really, basically, what I want to be able to do is you should create then small short tutorials for apps that either you can showcase to let others know, potential lead customers know that you use it for yourselves, or you can give it a service to them, or you can teach them how to do it. So I want, and this is what you have to make sure you divvy up tonight, if you haven't before, is that each member of your group has to choose an app. And that description should be less than 5 minutes. You'll screen record it. You'll show a picture of yourself while you're recording it, right? Like to give yourself more credibility. As I said, more cred is when I see your face, but you'll basically share your screen. You'll be speaking on that, and you'll basically, it won't be haphazard, and it would be as if someone had not used the tool. They'll know what is the purpose of the tool and how it can help them. So for instance, everyone is required to do not every group is required to have a podcast about your company on your site. So you may even, for one of your demos, show how to do a podcast. That may be a possibility. You decide what makes sense for your group. I told you need to upgrade your domain name. Many of your groups have already done that. Make sure that you have it in your audit area, that somebody can click on it. Now, I want, and this then, the number one, everybody in the group has to do at least one video. Upgrade the domain name. There's one person that has to do that. Usually you can decide together what's the name of the domain name, but it's who can upgrade it is the person that made the account. For social media, I want social media accounts. You decide which social media accounts you want, but because we're doing AI, I want you to use AI software to create your social media posts. And I want you to be able to let your potential leads know which software you use. So this will be transparent. Also, once you have a domain name, you have to do number 4 early. That is called SEO, search engine optimization. You have to do this once you have a unique domain name. You have to do this early because Google needs time in order to crawl your website to be able for it to be available in their search engine and to connect to the Google Search Console. This you do on the back end of Wix. Sometimes you can go in different ways to go through it, but it's basically You answer questions. It's like a wizard. It's not difficult. You answer questions about your company. You also want to create service page offerings of at least 3 services. Here are examples. There's a company called fastbot.ai that creates a chatbot. That chatbot, you can customize it to not be just like a chatbot, like a chat GPT, but basically have your documents or have your URL, and it talks about your URL. So you'll have one person, one student from each group go to Fastbot's AI, sign up for an account, and basically under links and docs, you'll add your website. You can add other additional docs if you like. And basically, then you will then implement it in the Wix website. You also, in Fastbot, you can search under their support, and they will give you a tutorial on how to do it for Wix. Notebook LM, you'll need to use Notebook LM in order to create a podcast audio, and you'll also put that on your website. And then you'll have one person from your group take one of their VAPI numbers, and they'll edit the prompt of their VAPI, given their name and their prompts at least about the services you offer, and you'll put that VAPI phone number on your home page, on the contact website, and also make it on the front of your website so someone then can dial that number. Instead of dialing your individual number, they'll dial the VAPI number, and they'll ask you about what kind of services you will like. And that's it. And people are asking, what are the next steps? Once you get that, you're basically finished with the project. You got that, Luke? It's a lot, but if you divide it up, it's quite doable. And the beauty is, once it's done, that's why on Monday, you want to finish with that. And then I will give you feedback on how to improve it. You got that, Lily? And on the 21st, we have an exam. And on the 28th, which is the last day of class, attendance is required. Your group is required to be there. And you will then, via our class time, for instance, I start with group 1, you will share your screen and give a short overview of your project. I will have seen all of your projects. Do you understand that, Philly? I would have seen on the 28th all of yours. So at the time when you're doing your presentation, hopefully your project will be done. You'll do a slideshow, and within the slideshow, you will have a link to your website. You'll go over your website. But on the 28th, I will be taking all 9 groups and going from one to the other. You will give me a short synopsis of your project, and I will guide you to things that I want to see. My purpose for the 28th is to give you an extra chance to get my feedback. Do you understand that, Lily? So if there is something missing, if I say, you know, that mission statement is just too wordy, let's cut it down and let's get it to be more concise, you can go back and finish that. And I said, besides that, Lily, I think it's just perfect. I just think that you met all the requirements. But I'd like to give you that chance because you get to see those little things that you can change. One of the things that bothered me when I was, as being a student, was if I got graded at the end, and I lost a couple of points, it would be, had I known the instructor needed to do that, I would have done it for a project. So I'm giving you that opportunity. After you finish that on the 28th, then we will not, I emphasize not have a final exam, but your project will be due the time of our final exam. And before you have that, then after you finish and got my feedback on the 28th, you will make the changes. It's up to you to make the changes. You will then record a formal presentation with everybody in your group. You will record the final presentation as a group after everything is done. You're satisfied with what you have, and you will present that recording as if you're presenting it to investors, someone that doesn't, or someone that wanted your services, someone who wanted to invest in your company. Do you understand that, how we're going to be going through it? And how will you record it? You'll record it in Zoom. You will record it showing your faces. You will record it sharing your screens. Each person will step up to the mound and present. Also, what I will have then is you'll record it to the cloud without a password. You will upload it along with statements of any other changes you made since the last time I saw you. You'll put in your slides and any other documentations you have. So everybody understand? Quinn, do you understand where we're going with that? And the beauty, Quinn, is that recording you can take with you. You can do whatever you want with it. Your second exam, first exam, I don't think, you know what I mean? That's for my internal grading, but that's not going to be anything. But definitely you can take that. You can edit it. You can do whatever you'd like with that. When somebody says, what can you do? And you'll be showing it. So when you're doing your final recording, you'll be going through. You don't have to go through 5 minutes of each video, but show a clip of the videos. You know what I mean? Show off. If you're presenting in your final thing, Quinn, show what you've done. But you don't want to make it so long that people are falling asleep either. You want to make it, you want to make it long enough to show everything that you have, but you don't want to make it so long that, it doesn't have to be a mini-series. Questions? Eric, anything? Did I explain it in a way that you see, hey, where are we going with this?
I think you're all good, yeah.
Yeah, and on the 21st, we'll have the exam, and on that following Wednesday, we'll maybe have a place where I can brush up for the presentation. You say, hey, Dr. Rose, you want to look at our slides? Is this good? You know what I mean? Because sometimes you want to spend time on the exam. But this way, I divide it up, so by the 14th, everything's done, Eric, and then that following week after the exam, it's just brushing it up and making sure we got that it's really looking good. Because, nothing's ever complete. Everything's a working process. Questions? So, Sydney, what do you think?
I think it sounds good.
Okay, so what I want to do now is we have 9 groups. I want to break up into breakout rooms. One is to make sure that everybody knows how to divvy up all the stuff. Right, Ava? So we're clear on that. And I'll go to each group and help you any way I can. And then I'll end the breakout rooms. We'll take roll, attendance, and then you can stay with me as long as you need. Personal issues, want information on the project, whatever you'd like. How's that? Okay? So I'm going to go to breakout rooms. I got 9. I'll let the participants choose. And if there are fewer people in your group, then you'll have fewer people in your group. Even if you have one person in your group, stay there, so I'll be with you so I can, because I'm in each member's group. I don't want you to leave. Okay? So I created it. Get to a room. That's your number. And then I'll meet you in the groups. So Ava, you having problems joining?
There's no option for me to join one.
Okay, so let me join. What group are you?
2, I think.
Let me assign you to group 2. Okay? You may be the only one, but we'll see. Ava, I think Camilla is there too. Okay, perfect. So Lily, me and you.
Yeah.
So what's going on with your group? How are we gonna deal with it?
I think I'm gonna text them and split up the work and just take it from there.
Yeah. You know what I would do? Give yourself the things that you want to do. Since you take advantage of that, at least that part, and let them. You know what else I would text? Is we did breakout rooms, and it was quite embarrassing that I was the only one there, and with Dr. Rush, and she knows it.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And we're going to get graded as the project, and it's 25% of your grade. It's more than an exam. So that's the way. And if they don't, and you can tell them that I told them, if they don't do the work, and it's all on you, they will get penalized quite a bit. So let them know that even though I've had in the past people say, "Oh, I didn't have to do anything. The group did so well." Well, it's not. It doesn't go in my group. And you have the opportunity, I didn't discuss it, of peer review. We can specifically say, this is what, and I require people for one of the slides to put, what did you do for the group? Specifically the tasks that they do. So someone said, well, I was the inspiration or something, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So if you need anything, let me know. And then you have Daniel's, you have Daniel's, my teaching assistant, you have his email in case you have questions or something, you can.
Yes, I do.
Okay, so you can, and I appreciate, your work, you know what I mean, and good attitude. So it's just, I'm going to leave your group now, and if you have those questions, and you may even want to start now, of figuring out what you want to do and create it, and let them know. You may even in that text let them know this is your task to do.
Yeah.
Okay. Talk to you
Sounds
later.
Good.
All right.
Thank
Good.
You.
So Eric, it's me and you.
Yeah, I guess my group members didn't show up today.
So tell me what's going on. It's not a good. You can text them and let them know that wasn't a good sign, right? When it's you and Dr. Rush together in a room, they don't look. It's not their finest hour. So how are you going to approach this?
I mean, I'm gonna text them tonight just to see what's going on with them, and then I'm gonna tell them pretty much just what we need to get done. I mean, we started like a little bit of it. We're I would say halfway done with the next part, but I'm just gonna tell them what we need to do, like how we're gonna break down the work.
Yeah, and you. What I suggest you do is you take it since you were here. Mm-hmm. Give yourself the task that you want to do.
Exactly. Yeah.
You know what I mean? So seriously, you know what I mean? You're here, they're not. So basically, one is telling them, I'm taking these on, and maybe even assigning them to each, not even giving them the opportunity, I'll take this, you take this, because you tell them that this is due on Monday, our entire project is due, and we're going to be graded on it, and also it wasn't, and let's just tell them, I was there when we had the breakout rooms, and it wasn't, and let them know that you're going to be graded as your project, but you're also going to be graded on the contributions that everybody does. So if you've done 90%, Eric, and they've done, 10, the grade will reflect, and also we do a peer review, and I require one slide. I didn't go over that will be another part. One of the slides is specifically on task, what did they actually do for the project? Not I was the inspiration, I was the cheerleader, you know what I mean? I thought about the project, but rather what did they actually do? Yeah. Okay. All right. So I'll leave you here to even send some of those texts out. Gotcha. And then maybe you need to meet with them because it's not a lot, but if you don't do it, it's not good for the last minute.
Yeah, kind of exactly. Thing. You just want to get it done as soon as you can.
Yeah. Okay. All right. So I'll call you back for answering any questions and also taking roll. Okay.
Okay.
All right.
Thank you.
You're welcome. So what's up, Luke? Me and you against the world, huh? This ain't a good look for the rest of your group, though, I can tell you.
I know. It's honestly been a struggle to get everyone to.
Yeah. Even to come to class. Cause here's an easy one. We're in class already. I'm giving you to do it. So how are we going to approach this?
I mean, me and Max Schollander, I mean, to be honest, we've been pretty much the only two really doing
Okay,
it.
let me tell you something. Is you're going to be graded as a project.
Yeah.
You also are going to be doing peer review. That if you don't do appropriate peer review, you will get points off. So if you end up saying, oh, everybody did it, it's usually the slackers end up saying everybody did great and also I did great. I'm 100%. And that ain't going to work on this thing. So you may tell them. And the other thing is you may, if the two of you are doing things, at least give them an opportunity to do some of those other tasks. And if they don't do it, give almost like a deadline and say, hey, you don't do it there, we'll have to take over. And then you'll get a 0.
Yeah. That's what we've been trying to do, but I mean, even like the homeworks, like the individual homeworks, they don't do those either.
So they'll get the grade. Which I like to give a lot of the individual homeworks that you end up going in a group that you end up not doing it. So it'll reflect it and you'll get theirs. But you got to almost manage it in a way to give them an opportunity. But I would just definitely tell them that this is what Dr. Rush said. You can put it on me. You know what I mean? That this is where our dilemma is, because on the, those kind of, whoever they are, usually give themselves 100 and it doesn't mean anything, where they're going to have to specify in the slides what do they specifically do for the project.
Yeah, exactly.
And that's hard to kind of, besides saying I was the inspiration, I thought about it a lot. You know what I mean? I did 2 posts or something,
I mean, other than that, though, it's good. Last night, me and Max, we did the first 4 steps.
Perfect.
So
right, I'm great. And then it's yours. No, what I love about it, Luke, is you're learning and you can take it and you can give it to other people. You know what I mean?
Yeah. And honestly, I'd rather have us do it and do a good job.
Yeah, I would too. But I'm just giving it. But I want to make it that you give them an opportunity. You know what I mean? And later on, and that you be honest in the peer review. And if you look at the course syllabus under the peer review, there's a project grade and there's also a peer review. They end up giving. I've never seen a complete slacker give themselves a low grade. It's unusual. And they don't even know what anyone else did, so they give everybody. Everybody's 100, right? So, but you have the right attitude. Nobody's going to take away what you learned. What is your major? Remind me.
Marketing.
Yeah, and marketing is ideal for AI. They're the first area that took AI and going to go. And there are a lot